Don't like the raffle. Somebody bypass now. Really, so they look your side now. In case they talk it, not it. So, going there, they will how are you? Your dog.
The meeting is being live stream, and that is a component is on. You will learn to submit a chat.
Okay, get to from the Angela now, because actually, not knowledge. The day has broken and we have. But
Yeah.
I'm still gonna put more in it. One and two. I know confirm with one. One now start now. One now start abi. One now start. Three. And to do red again. Yeah, you take Gary Lilo. You mentioned Gary. You mentioned Gary. Gary Lilo. Gary Lilo. And that's how my bread.
You see me? Yeah, you see me. I beg. Where you did now? How do I?
Bye.
Yeah. Good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah.
Morning,
Good
sir.
morning.
Good morning, sir.
Morning, sir. Morning, sir.
You are all welcome. Just once it's 10 o'clock, we now start with the national anthem. Then our director will now speak to us.
All right, sir.
All right, sir.
Okay, sir.
Ku tashi ku gyara ɗakin ku saboda kayan ku an ci ta ba za ku gyara ɗakin ba kuna da gida ba ku komai ba magana makaranta magana fita kuna gyara ku zan ci na tashi sai ku yi addu'o'in ku ba kayan ka kan da kwaso na shanya duka kauda duro ka gyara take
And Tawa, your mic is on and video.
so
Please, can we take the national anthem now? Please.
Nigeria, we have
our own dear native land.
Those tribes and tongue of Medifa. In brotherhood we stand. Nigeria, all
Our
our
friends
to serve
out
out the old land.
The noise is too crazy for me. Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear
Hello,
me?
sir.
Yes,
We
sir, we
can
can
hear
hear
you.
you.
Good morning,
Yeah.
sir.
Uh,
Good morning.
I hear you.
can we have two persons that will say a prayer for us?
Good morning, sir.
A Christian and a Muslim. Please say an opening prayer for us, please.
Father, we thank you in the name of Jesus.
Amen.
Lord, take control of today in the name of Jesus and glorify yourself. In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Please, a Muslim should pray too.
Sallu ala Nabi Karim.
Sallallahu alaihi wasallam.
Pray Almighty God to grant us success, guide us, guide our facilitators throughout the time of this training. In Allah's name we pray.
Amen.
So now I will call upon our director, Professor Chukudebe, who is ably represented by our Deputy Director, Engineer Professor Uche Dike, to address us and make the opening remarks.
Good morning, everyone. So this is the address from the Center Director, Engineer Professor Gloria Chukudebe. Welcome address at the opening ceremony of the Executive Track A and B Self-Paced Online Workshop, scheduled for Monday 23rd to Friday 27th February 2026. Dear colleagues and facilitators, our esteemed participants from various parts of Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen, all other protocols observed. I'm very pleased to welcome all participants from various parts of Nigeria and beyond to FUTO-CE-sPESS February Track A and B Self-Paced Online Workshop. I also welcome all CPESS governance team members and our facilitators. Let me give you a little background about this workshop. For those who are joining this training workshop for the first time, this program, FUTO-CE-sPESS, Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards Enhancement, was established in 2019 by the National Universities Commission in partnership with the World Bank to integrate procurement management, environmental and social standards professionalization within the Nigerian public and private sectors to enhance sustainable development and value for money in public enterprise. The implementing agencies for the project are the National Universities Commission, NUC, the Bureau of Public Procurement, BPP, the Federal Ministry of Environment, the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs, and the 6 centers of excellence in the Nigerian universities, namely FUTO, FUAM, that's Makurdi, ABU Zaria, ATBU Bauchi, University of Benin, and University of Lagos. I'm glad to inform you all that FUTO Center of Excellence runs executive and degree courses in the following 3 program areas, namely procurement management, environmental standards, sustainable environmental studies at the undergraduate program, social standards at postgraduate level, and sustainable social development at undergraduate level. These 3 departments now have fully successfully gone through NUC resource verification and subsequently obtained full accreditation for first degree and postgraduate programs. And our undergraduate students are presently in their final year, while we have graduated our first batch of PG students, PGD and MSc. And we're about graduating the second batch of PGD and MSc. These students are at different level of readiness for their external defense for the second batch. FUTO-CE program benefits. One of the key benefits is capacity building of public servants who will become knowledgeable in procurement management according to the law. As you are aware, most of our colleagues, most of our challenges, which include poverty, bad roads, poorly equipped hospitals and schools, are as a result of misprocurement, oftentimes due to lack of skills and sometimes due to greed. Once there's adequate capacity to package procurement and mitigate procurement risk in the country, our socio-economic development will be tripled in a short time. Another important benefit of FUTO-CE is the production of well-informed environmental and social safeguard officers. Most procurements impact the environment and social life of people. Non-compliance to environmental and social standards can result in conflicts, outbreak of health issues, worsening climate change, increasing poverty due to government acquisition of land without appropriate settlement of indigents. We can go on and on in this regard. Professional certification. It is my delight to inform us that certification of public servants and the private sector professionals is another important component of the FUTO-CE program. If you're not certified, you may not hold or be promoted to certain cadre. While consultants, contractors may not be approved to do some jobs for government if their staff are also not certified. The federal government's Bureau of Public Procurement in Abuja is in charge of certification of procurement professionals. The Federal Ministry of Environment is in charge of environmental standards certification, while the Federal Ministry of Women Affairs oversees the social standards certification portal. It is apt to note that the completion of these Track A courses is one of the prerequisites for participation in the professional certification examinations. Online self-paced training, that's what we're doing now. Another benefit of the FUTO-CE program is that it supports online self-paced delivery of all courses. The plan is to bring quality education to your fingertips. It is a lot cheaper than flying into Owerri to sit in class and take the training. This opportunity will save you the worries of transportation and uncertain security issues. I want to congratulate you for joining us in this executive Track A and B training for the self-paced mode. You may wish to know that our graduating batch A, PGD, and MSc students took all their lectures and continuous assessment tests through the FUTO Learning Management System, LMS. The models for this workshop are as follows. That's the workshop we have this week. We have 10 different modules. For the procurement management, we have module 1, legal, regulatory, and organizational framework for public procurement. Module 2 is strategic procurement planning and budgeting. Module 3 is procurement management for goods. Module 4 is procurement management for works. Environmental standards. We have cohort 1, understanding environmental and social assessment. Cohort 2, environmental and social framework and assessment process. While for social standards, we have module 1, understanding social standards and social impact assessment. Module 2, social standards and stakeholder engagement. Module 3 is labor influx. Module 4 is gender-based violence. Module 11 is resettlement action plan and livelihood needs assessment plan in the World Bank and other MFIs financed project. The mode of training, please, you need to pay attention to this. This training is instructor-led, self-paced, using FUTO Learning Management System. Our professors and facilitators will teach the fundamentals of the modules for a week, starting today. On Friday, there will be a post-quiz and closing ceremony. Thereafter, all participants will log on to the FUTO LMS, and for each module of interest, study the slides page by page and take the quiz at the end of each topic. I'm going to repeat this again. When we finish the instructor-based learning Monday to Friday, there is going to be a post-quiz and closing ceremony, after which you are expected to log into FUTO LMS and study on your own. So you have to pick the module you're interested in, go slide by slide, and take the quiz at the end of each of the topics. So for every topic in the LMS, on scoring 50% and above, the participants can progress to the next topic. Else, he or she will have to go back and read the slides again and attempt the quiz a second time. So, I'm having a coffee. You need to be muted.
Yeah, okay.
So for every topic in the LMS, on scoring 50% and above, the participants can progress to the next topic. Else, he or she will have to go back and read the slides again and attempt the quiz a second time. In other words, the participants must pass the quiz for every lesson in a module. An average score of 50% in the Friday post quiz and the online quizzes in the LMS qualifies a participant to get an executive track A certificate. So please, if you don't do the post quiz and you do the online lecture, chances are that you won't get a certificate. So the requirement is that you have to do both. The post quiz on Friday, then score at least 50 again in your self-paced assessment. All the registered participants have been enrolled into the FUTO LMS. You will have 3 weeks to complete all the modules in your chosen program area before the LMS closes. So 3 weeks is what you have to take these courses. You're advised to start with one module and finish it before attempting another module. The program is very flexible. A participant may just be interested in one module. He will finish it in 1 week and graduate with a certificate, while some others may be able to do all the modules within the 3 weeks and get all the certificates for the modules. The 3 weeks for graduation has started counting from today. So the 3 weeks is not from Friday, it's actually from today. So after your lectures in the evening, you can try. So the Learning Management System platform will open today, Monday, Friday, February 23rd, and close March 16th, 2026. The LMS collects a lot of data. Each time you log in, it records the duration you stayed reading and doing your quizzes. I look forward to the graduation of 80% of the class finishing at least one module in a week's time. You will find our well-trained professors and facilitators very interesting. They will share case studies which aim at adaptation of true life scenarios to what you have learned. Every participant has been put in the program area WhatsApp group. All the lecturers, the monitoring and evaluation officers, the admin team lead, the logistics and IT support officers are also in these groups to provide you with any additional support you may require. The beauty of this online self-paced workshop is that it is available for you 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for the next 3 weeks. It also has a mobile version, so you are only required to load adequate credits for internet subscription, to be part of this course. I want to assure you that by the time you finish this course, some of you who are not too conversant with ICT would have improved your skill, and you can fit into any national or international position. Qualification and graduation for track B. So I've explained a lot about the track A. If you do one of our courses, you get a certificate, that's track A. If you do 4 for procurement, you get a certificate, that's still track A. Now, I need to explain to you what you need to do to get a track B certificate. So for procurement and social standards, those of you who would have concluded more than 8 modules at the end of this workshop will be qualified to get a track B certificate after writing a long essay on the program area they have had their certificates from. So if you have done 8 modules of procurement, you qualify for track B, but you also, in addition to doing those 8 modules, you need to do a long essay. The research coordinator will speak to you and give you additional information in due course. So for environment, they have a different criteria from the procurement and social standards participants. There are cohorts 1 and 2 to complete before writing essay to obtain track B certificate. Research coordinators will distribute long essay topics to track B participants, and after submission of their long essay, they will be required to attend the center symposium, after which they will be qualified for a track B certificate, which will be additional qualification on skills improvement. Conclusion. On behalf of the FUTO Vice Chancellor, Professor Nnenaya Oti, and the CPESS governance team, I thank you all. You are most welcome to our online self-paced track A and B workshop. I urge you all to participate actively in the workshop so that you can pick up enough skills to help you improve productivity in your various areas of endeavors. May God bless us all. Signed, Engineer Professor Gloria Chukudebe, Director, FUTO Center of Excellence in Sustainable Procurement, Environmental and Social Standards. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank
you.
Thank you, ma.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sir, can we have it?
Thank
Can
you,
we
ma'am.
have this your address, the document? Can you send it to our various WhatsApp platforms?
I will send it to the platform. Just be patient. You will get the address.
Please, can we ask a question? Hello?
Not now, not now. Hold on, hold your questions.
Okay, sir.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, sir. Okay, okay.
From the program, from the agenda, the next is remarks from our Deputy Director and also our coordinators. So after that, we now have a walkthrough of the FUTO elements by IT support. how you will now log in, and what you do after with the online training. Then after that, we now do announcement by the monitoring and evaluation officer, and then vote of thanks. We now do the closing prayer before we now start. We take photographs, online photographs, before we now start the lecture proper. So can we pay attention to our deputy director?
Jesus.
We can't hear the deputy director's voice.
So thank you. If you are patient, you will hear the deputy director's voice. So the deputy director, can you hear my voice now?
Yes. Sound and clear.
I hear you very well.
So the deputy director is Engineer Professor Uchedike. So I'm the one that read the address. I want to congratulate you for registering for this program. And I want to assure you that we have the right resource persons ably qualified to put you through this program. I want to advise you to take this program seriously and conduct yourself in a proper, in an orderly manner. So if you are joining the lecture and your microphone is on, and we are hearing the rest of your family discussion, that's not ethical. So the ground rule for this workshop for this week, please, once you join, you mute yourself. If you want to ask a question, there's a button to raise your hand. If you raise your hand, you will be called to speak. So please, let's conduct ourselves properly so that we can benefit from this program. So I just want to reiterate certain things that the center leader has said. What the lecturers are doing is to throw light into the topics, but all the slides are available in the LMS. It's your responsibility to study the slides. It's your responsibility to do the essays. So we're not teaching you everything. Module 1, for example, has 10 sessions. And the Module 1 lecturers have a day to put you through. So they will look at the very important things and put you through. You have to go back and do the 10 sessions yourself. So having said that, please, let's conduct ourselves so that we can get all the benefits that has been provided by the World Bank, the NUC, and Federal University of Technology. So I'm going to call on the research coordinator to speak to you about the requirements for getting the track B. I know that some of you who are joining for the first time may be a bit confused. There are people who have joined earlier on who have probably done 4 courses already with us. So if they do 4 this week, that qualifies them. But if you have joined for the first time, there is no need to worry. If you do 4 this time, in the subsequent one we're going to have, if you're also able to do another 4, you will qualify. So please, if you're coming for the first time, don't worry yourself. Just do your track A. It's the repeating participants that will qualify for track B. So I want to call on Dr. Rex Ogulu to talk to you about the track B. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, our distinguished Deputy Director. Once again, I want to welcome all our esteemed participants for this February section of our Track A and Track B procurement. Now, just like as the Deputy Director has earlier mentioned in the address read by the Director, that for you to qualify for the advanced certificate, you require to write an essay. And this essay you are going to write is drawn from these various topics in which you are going to treat. For example, the legal, regulatory, and organizational framework. You are going to have topics in strategic procurement and planning. We have topics in procurement management for goods. We also have topics in procurement management for works. Then we're also going to have topics in selection and recruitment of consultants, performance-based procurement. We also have topics from procurement for design, supply, and installations. We have topics from advanced contract management, and we are still going to have topics from procurement management through supervision. So these are areas where we are going to draw most of this topic, and it's expected that once a participant is given a topic, the template for writing that essay will also be given to you. So you are also going to be given a time frame to write this essay. Then after writing the essay, is going to be reviewed. Then upon the successful review of that, your essay, it's going to be graded. And on that, you can now be qualified to have our advanced certificate. But you must also note that for you to qualify for that certificate, you must have completed the 10 modules. So we advise all our participants who have completed 8 modules. So once you have completed 8 modules of our programs, we advise you to indicate your interest and the topic will be given to you. I know there are some participants who submitted essay topics in the last workshop. I want to let you know that those topics, the essay that you submitted, we still have the records, and the essay is still under review. We are going to ensure that as soon as the review is completed, we will notify you. All the successful participants will be enlisted on the various platforms, and they will be invited for graduation. Once again, I want to thank every one of you for making our time to join us in our Track A and Track B procurement workshop session. Thank you.
Dr. Rex, thank you very much for the clarification. So at this point, I'll invite Engineer Dr. Mike to walk us through the FUTO-LMS. I hope you're the one ready for procurement. Yeah. So in the WhatsApp group, a lot of you have been raising a lot of questions. I hope you have your paper and your pen at this point so that you can take some information. So Engineer Dr. Mike is going to open the LMS and put you through, teach you how to log in and how to navigate the different modules once you are logged in. So it's very important that you pay attention at this point. And I want to thank you. I noticed a lot of you are now conducting yourself. I don't have a lot of background chats and noise coming on. Thank you very much for the way you're conducting yourself. So please, Dr. Mike will take over at this point. Thank you very much.
Why are not they here waiting the
Yes.
So, Abdullah Ibrahim, what can we do for you?
Oh, yeah, take Zenda. Oh, or Zenda.
Okay.
Why are they waiting the man
just
before?
trying IT for the first time and mistakenly raised his hand. So,
good morning once again.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you, our amicable
Good morning, sir.
Director, for the wonderful speech and address.
Hello, sir.
My name is Engineer Dr. Michael Leger. I'm here to walk through the FUTO-LMS system. So I will have to stop sharing and open our LMS system so that you can see how you can navigate it while doing it on your own. So I have to log in now. No, share it.
Hello, good morning, sir.
Can you see my screen now? Hello?
No.
Not
Can you
yet.
see my screen now?
Okay, now, yes.
Yes.
Yes,
we can. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So, like now, for you to log in, for me now, from my own dashboard already, I have FUTO-LMS embedded in my system. Like, look at it. It's here now. Once I click
We are not
it.
seeing the screen, sir.
Make it bold. Hide it.
The blank screen
I'm
that
not
we are
seeing
seeing,
the
sir.
screen. We are not seeing the screen.
Can you see the screen now?
Yes.
No, sir.
Yes, we can. Yes, we can.
You
Yes,
can.
sir.
No,
So you can see
please. Okay.
if you are logging into the LMS, you need to type the address www.futo-LMS. www.futo-LMS.
What?
Are you there?
We are not getting this thing.
Sorry, dot what?
You see, W. Please, I just want to get something. www.futo-LMS.what.
Can you just record this thing and send it to the
Sorry, very bad.
So can you see the web link?
Well
Hello?
done, sir. It's not
No,
showing.
we can't see it.
Don't worry, you will see it. The internet is hanging.
But you can just speak. Just tell us dot what. We'll take it.
I think it's .edu.ng.
I'll send it. Just www.lms.futo.edu.ng. Can you see it now?
Yeah.
No.
Yes.
Repeat.
www.lms.futo.edu.ng. Can you see it?
Yes.
LMS, not LMEO. There's a
Yes,
LMS.
LMS, not LME.
Have you seen it?
Yeah. Yes.
So once you click on it now, it will take you to our site. HTTP. So you cannot, you need to put the HTTPS. That's showing that the site is secured. When you do it first, you put slash. Then you type the LMS.
This is not very clear.
FUTO.ng. Then once you go there, it will take you to our dashboard.
.ng.
Can you see the FUTO element system now, CE-sPESS?
Yes, we can see it.
You can see it now. Then you can see from the top now, my username is my username is my code. You can see my code. Then my password. My password is secret to me, so I can't open it for you to see. So you now click login. So can you see the interface now? Hello?
Go ahead, sir.
Please, admin, can you mute that person that's talking? There's a lady there talking. Can we mute her, please?
I will mute her.
Yes, that is just disturbing us.
So can you see the interface now? Then what you are doing is PROM model 1. So you have, if you are not seeing PROM at your own interface, like now, this is a moderator interface. That's I'm a lecturer. So the way I'm seeing it here is not the way maybe you are going to see it from your own side. So I have to change my parameters to a student access. But first of all, look at the preferences. I have to change to student interface. But first of all, I have to find a course from my own side. Then this is, I have to type model 1. Model 1. You can see by the right-hand side, I have PROM model 1. And also the second interface, you see the self-paced track A and B. That's the one you need to click. Are you hearing me? Hello, can you confirm you are hearing me? You will see the self-paced model 1, which is the legal, regulatory, and organizational framework. So when you now click it open, you can now see I can now switch my role to a student role, so that you can see the interface. I can see the interface as a student. Look at what you are going to see. You now see 1, the title of the course. You now see announcement, if there is any. Then you see the introduction, lesson 1, introduction to procurement in the public and private sectors. You see lesson 2, and so on. But this one now, as this one it is now, it has been done. But if you want to do the lesson proper, you have to click on it. Look at lesson 1. When you click on lesson 1, you now click again, it will now open the introduction aspect. But I don't have access to open it now because I have not been given access as a student. So I have to change my access as the lecturer so that you can now see what is there in the profile.
Okay,
to change it, but
I didn't have the student.
okay. So while looking at this, you can see from here now, you can see the lecture now. Look at by your right, your top right, the lesson menu, the title, outline, the presentation on the public procurement and outlines. So from here, you can navigate and see the contents of that particular study. So if you are going to see the title, you can click here. You go on to see the title. You can also, please, are you hearing me? Hello.
yes.
So from there, the title, you can see from the title, this is section 1, Introduction to Procurement in Public and Private Sectors, presented by Barrister Dr. C.C. Monodu.
We
Then
have
you
too
can
many
go to the next
distractions, oh.
section.
Too many distractions. Those people, they should
Can
mute
you mute yourself?
Admin,
this thing.
please do your work. Admin, please mute
Mr.
them.
Ben,
Mute yourself. If you don't need
If you mute them, they will not open it again. So you can click next. You go to the next page to see the introduction. Just that way, you always see the interface of what next you are going to see. As you are doing this, the system is also recording you, because it's not that if you are doing this particular course, you need to now do it sharp and go up. The system will score you 0 and will tell you that you didn't actually read the lecture and you didn't actually participate the way you should go on with it. Like there are lectures you read, you have to spend up to 1 hour. If you don't spend up to 1 hour for each lecture, you can pass on to the next stage. Like if you didn't get a passing grade after taking your quiz, the system won't allow you go to the next stage. So as you are seeing this now, it's just because I have the admin right to scale through. That's why I'm passing through. You can see the next stage. As you are doing it, you keep on reading. You make sure you read till you assimilate and get the actual knowledge you wanted from the lecture before you get to the quiz. Like some people, when they open it, they go straight to the quiz and start doing the quiz, but not knowing that the system is monitoring them. So take your time and go through the lecture properly. So when you are done, the system will also show you where you will click done. And when you click done, that means it will now give you a result that whether you have a pass grade or not. If you don't have a pass grade, you can move on to another stage. Then if you have already registered and you have access to LMS and you don't have access to the lectures yet, you have to be patient because that access has not been given to you. You have to wait. Let us introduce the course first for today. By evening or by 5 o'clock, you now have access to do the lecture on your own and write your quiz. Like as I'm showing this one, as you are scrolling, when you get to the quiz, you can now see how the quiz is, and you make sure you have to answer the quiz. Like now, I've gotten to the summary for this particular one. The next thing, case study, you have to do the case study. Then you can see question and answer. Quiz, you now click on it. So when you click on it, you are now supposed to answer. For example, what is the primary focus of public procurement? You can choose the right answer. Once you choose the right answer, the system will score you. So when you finish, you will see from the interface I showed you earlier on, like from the interface here, this particular one, not this particular one. From the interface here, From the interface here, you can see this person has already done this particular lesson 1. Look at what he's showing. Yeah, you must view, go through the activity to the end, receive a grade, receive a passing grade. Once you receive a passing grade, you can see it will stay done. You go through to the next stage. Like this one is done. Lesson 3 is done. Lesson 4 is done. So lesson 5 is not done yet. It's now telling the person you need to view, spend at least 1 hour on this activity. If you have not done this activity close to 1 hour or 1 hour at dot, you won't go to the next stage. So you have to be cautious of what you are doing while doing the course proper. So if you have any question, you can ask now, so I can give you directives on what to do next. Thank you. Any questions?
Yes, I have a
Yes, sir.
question.
Yes, I have a question.
Go ahead.
Okay, good morning.
Morning.
Okay, while you were demonstrating on how we could log into the system proper, all the lessons you were opening, I was demonstrating it, but they are not coming up.
You were not seeing it?
Yes, because when I logged in, I could see from my home page, I saw something like home, dashboard, my courses. And it
Okay, hold
also
on now.
showed me.
Just hold
Okay.
on now.
Okay.
Let me go back to dashboard.
Please, thank you. Dashboard, okay.
I have gone to the dashboard. What are you seeing now?
I'm seeing all
I'm
the
seeing
courses.
lesson 1 to
No,
2.
you are not
lesson
seeing,
1.
it's
No,
not
no,
lesson
no.
1. You are not seeing
It's not
lesson 1.
lesson 1.
Dashboard,
On
what are
my,
you seeing on the dashboard now? On my dashboard, what are you seeing?
I'm seeing course overview.
Yes, course
Then
overview.
Yes.
self-paced module 1. Self-paced module 2 with the
Yes, sir.
topics. Self-paced module 3. Self-paced module 4.
So now, the module you have registered for is self-paced module 1 to 4. So you will come to where you have search. You type module 1.
Okay.
When you type module 1, it will now bring out self-paced module because this is the first one you have to do. You look at it, you now click it. You now click, you can see module 1 now. If you put module 2, look at module 2 is here. Can you see self-paced module 2?
Yes. Now, so when
Look at
we click on that self-paced
self-paced
module
module 2. You can see self-paced module 2, strategic procurement.
Yes.
Can you see it? So if it now pops out, you now click it. Once you click it, it will now take you to that model. Can you see self-paced model 2 now?
Yes,
Yeah?
strategic procurement. Yes, sir.
Once you have seen it now, it's not tell you to look at here to do. You now click to do to know the rules for that particular course. For module 2, it will tell you to go through the activity to the end. Receive a passing grade, receive a grade, and receive a passing grade. So for module 1, you can see now it will tell you to go through, but you spend 1 hour. So you have to pay attentive to the instruction for each lecture you are doing. Then after you have gone through, you make sure you have a passing grade. Once you don't have a passing grade, that means you have to redo it, and you have 3 weeks to do that. So are you getting it now?
Okay, so now sorry, excuse me, sir. When you click on module 2, you will see the lessons under module 2.
Yes, look at
Hello.
lesson 1,
Then
look at
by
lesson
by
2.
the side of the lessons, there's a to do.
Yes,
Now,
yes,
when you
to
click
do, you
on
have
it,
to
it will
click it.
tell you what all the activities that you must do.
This is what you must pass through before you get the destiny. You
So
get to the
how
next
do
stage
we
of the
get
lecture.
How do we get the content of the lectures?
You don't get the content of the lecture because it's under the LMS system. Nobody will give you the lecture because you have to log into the LMS. You have to log into the LMS. I hope you are listening. You have to log into the LMS. Logging into the LMS, you now click the lesson. And as you click the lesson, that each lesson, if it's lesson 1, you have to go through lesson 1 on the LMS system. You cannot download it and you cannot copy it. So that you have to go through the lesson. As I have shown you how model 1 parameters is required for the system. If I now go back to the dashboard, you can see I'll now type model 1. Model 1 is out. The self-paced model 1 track A and B, I have clicked it. As I have clicked it, you can see lesson 1 is done. So for you to complete lesson 1 from my right hand, you can see it says you should view, go through the activity to the end. That's what lesson 1 wants you to do. Then if you go to the lesson 5, which the person have not done, you can see say view, spend at least 1 hour on this activity, go through the activity to the end, receive a passing grade. And when you are looking at it, it will mark good to the ones you have done. But if you have not gone through for the past 1 hour, that issue can hinder you from passing that particular subject. So that means when you are doing, you have to time yourself. I hope you understand it now.
Good morning, sir.
Yes, sir.
I have a question, sir.
After this question, we have to stop. You can now put on your question on the WhatsApp.
Okay, I've heard you, sir. But this one is very important. For someone like me, I've been trying to log into the LMS since Friday, and it keeps saying invalid login. I've called the IT number that they gave, and they can't seem to solve the problem for me.
Don't worry. After this today's training, just send me a WhatsApp message. I will now help you log in. So for now, we won't take any other question. We have to take our group pictures. Then any other question you have, just type it and put it in the chat. So please. So hold on. Let the program coordinator address you guys. Professor Osrumba.
Good morning, all.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Good morning, sir.
Thank you.
Good morning.
So we are working with time, so we are trying to catch up with time. So you are all welcome. Just to inform you that this is a hybrid program, self-paced. So you do it yourself. You do it yourself and follow the instructions as the project manager has outlined and taking you on how to go about it. But remember, if you don't complete the modules, you will not earn any certificate. Again, you will be given some feedback forms to fill concerning the courses you did successfully, and that will account for you. So please, whenever the center shares feedback form, please don't fail to fill the correct information. It's for your own good. It's for your own good. So that's the information I want to chip in so that you can benefit maximally from this program. On that note, I wish you all the best. You're welcome.
Thank you,
Thank
sir.
you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. We're done. Okay, so one more thing. Please, I see a lot of you have your hands raised. We're not going to take the questions so that you can hold the lectures. We can't be asking too many questions on just opening remarks and introduction to the use of LMS. So when we start teaching the course, what will you do now if you have this number of questions? So what I think you need to do, you've not even tried it and you're afraid and you're asking us questions. After the lectures, go back, try the LMS. If you have any challenge, Dr. Mike has already told you that the lecturers, IT support, we're all in that WhatsApp group. Drop your questions in the WhatsApp group. We'll attend to you. So one more thing, the monitoring and evaluation team are actually in the background, monitoring your activities, but there's something that is important. They are going to share a feedback form in the course of this program. It's important that all participants fill that feedback form. So thank you very much. So we have, can we have vote of thanks from one of the participants, just the volunteer? Then you will turn on your screen so that we can have the photograph. We need to start this lecture by 11 o'clock. We have 3 more minutes to start the lecture, please. Thank you.
Information I want to. So who is doing the photo of thanks?
Yeah, good.
Okay, sorry.
Good morning. Good morning, sir.
Yeah, go ahead, madam.
Good morning, sir.
Olatoye Comfort, go ahead, please.
Yeah, I want to say a very big thank you, sir, Amma, for the wonderful program you created. Mrs. Olatoye Comfort from Federal Medical Center War. And on behalf of my colleagues and professionals, we want to appreciate you for putting up this wonderful program to benefit the life of everyone and even procurement. And we say all together that God bless you once again. Thank you so much for today. God bless you, sir.
Thank you. So one more information. Make sure you put down your names, your email address, phone number on the chat. That will indicate that you participated. It's for monitoring and evaluation team to use for assessment. Every participant, you must put down your name. Every day you come in for the program, put down your name, your department, where you are coming from, then your email address, as well as your phone number. So can you put up on your camera so that we can take our photograph? So are you ready? Just turn on your cameras, please, so that we can take our group photograph. Are you ready? No.
Yes, we're ready.
You are ready?
We are
so once
ready.
you see okay, once you see okay on your screen, just click on it. So if you are ready, I'm about taking the photograph.
Video.
Allow, please click allow.
Yeah, I don't know. Actual permission.
Okay. Yes, I will retake again. For those who are not, those who are here, now, we are supposed to do. My brother. No, can you know he has to click allow? Come and click allow. Okay, you say participant. So you can see the picture is being generated. So everybody, we have to take a second one again. Just stay there. Our camera is not. I don't know what happened. It's not on. It's not on. It's not coming on.
Okay, maybe I will take this line and face this.
Please, can some of you come so that we can capture ourselves? You know, this one is not coming up. Don't worry, leave it.
Has the photograph been taken?
Yes, yeah, we are taking another one again. I will share the photograph.
Okay, good.
I will share it. I will share the first one and also share the second one. So, can you post very well? Just smile. Post online. I'm taking again.
Mine is just line.
Just say cheese. Say cheese.
Cheese.
Click allow for the photograph. Say cheese.
Guys, you're allowed right now.
It's allowed.
There's no camera.
Somebody's lying down.
I can see your beautiful smile. So I will take it to the WhatsApp group.
Okay.
In the next 2 to 3 minutes, we will not start the lecture. But those who are physical here, we have to go outside and snap our own photograph, please.
So just give us
2 to 5 minutes.
Yes. Before the commencement of the lecture.
So we start by 11:10.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'm posting the other picture now in our group.
Thank you, sir.
Okay,
I did quite see mine.
Once it's 11:10, we start the first lecture, please.
Sorry, Doc. I didn't see mine.
Thank you, sir.
You didn't see yours?
I didn't see the picture, sir.
Just send me your own picture. I will attach it. Please.
Okay. I will send the pictures. Attach it. Please show us the one with snap.
All my makeup would have done by then now. I don't know where I just.
David.
Yes, can I help you?
Yes, so.
Snap the photo for us. You ring at me now. He said we should snap and send. Mute. David, the
How do you snap on the CPS? My camera is on. Eh? I should have it now. Let me make my but I know usually there's a way you don't even see.
Okay, that's NCP.
Track A, no, track A and B for the rest of
A screenshot. Should I screenshot?
I'll send the link to you. Everything I like too much for this.
So, is this the lecturer?
It's a capture full now.
Why you use your letter?
Questions.
Okay.
Hey, morning. Come on now.
All the meeting was chaired by Kenneth. I was saying that I don't know what is going on already. Okay. Send the message. Maybe I don't know. Oh, he's going as like I shut this down. How many ways? It's easy now. That's not my own.
Morning, sir. Good morning, sir. I'm fine, thank you, sir.
Still wearing mask?
Okay, where, sir?
Are you inviting COVID?
We are together.
Why you cover your face?
I know.
Madam, you are wearing a mask. You want COVID to come back?
No. Okay, to join.
It's past 5 minutes that we were told.
Please, we will soon start. We are uploading the lecture. Please hold on.
No problem, sir.
Nineteen or 20. Do you have?
Hello, everyone. Can you hear me?
Sound
Yes,
and clear,
sir.
sir. Yes, sir.
I hear you clean and clear.
Okay.
Eh?
For this lecture, the model one section
Now we will hold the waiter.
we are having today, the module title is Legal, Regulatory, and Organizational Frameworks for Public Procurement. Then this section, we talk about the introduction to procurement in the public and private sectors. So, on a nutshell, who can define procurement, public procurement for us? Who can define public procurement for us?
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
Public procurement is the process of acquiring public goods, works, or services on behalf of the government through a third party, also known as a contractor.
So who else?
Sir, good morning, sir.
Good morning.
My name is Augustina Ajibo. The procurement is the art of using public funds for public goods, works, services through third party for contracting, awarding, and implementing final payments.
Okay. Another person.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
All right. In my own understanding, public procurement is the process by which government body and state-owned enterprises purchases goods, services, and construction works from private sector.
So from your definition, where is the timing, the quality, the quantity is being located from your definition? The right place, the right time, the definition you gave to us.
Okay. Please, I didn't understand you, sir.
You know, when you are doing procurement,
okay, sir,
it's timed. There must be quality.
Yes.
There must be presentation and there must be delivery. From your definition, did you capture that?
No, I didn't. I think it involves.
Go ahead.
It involves managing the entire life cycle from identifying needs to contract management, aiming for efficiency.
So, you know, the definition is all about the total life cycle of a product. And you can agree with me that procurement is being sectioned in three parts. That's goods, works, and services. True or false?
True.
Yeah, correct, sir.
So, what kind of procurement are we doing now?
Procurement of services.
Are you sure?
Very sure, sir.
Yes, sir. Very sure.
Procurement of services.
Is it consultancy or non-consultancy?
Well, it's consultancy.
Consultancy, sir.
Consultancy, sir.
Your mommy no.
I don't know. Can you back up your answer?
Well, first, if I may come in, if Yellow Joseph is my name, looking at this from the general definition of public procurement being the acquisition of contracts of goods, works, and services by a public entity using public funds within a stipulated time frame. In the first instance, there are no goods here we're talking about. Neither is there works execution in this content. They were looking at services. And this service is such that it's more of a consultancy services. And we are also looking at it from the context of the funding, being that it is the usage of public funds to execute these services. Maybe I should put a pause there at the moment.
What I want you to tell me, is it either non-consultancy or consultancy? Yes or no?
Sir, I think it's a non-consulting service.
It's consultancy because it's skilled.
I think it's a non-consulting service, sir.
Do you have why do you have that response?
For the fact that this is a training, and training consider them.
So let's leave the question for at the end of the lecture. You have to think about it, whether it's non-consultancy or consultancy services. So all you need to know is that from this lecture, we have introduction to procurement, we have understanding procurement, up to comparison between public and private sector. So we have to, from the presentation, you have to understand the strategic process of procurement, including planning and executing operations for acquiring necessary external input for an organization to function. So from this, we are supposed to learn and we are supposed to understand. I have a question before we go ahead. In your organization, how do you do your procurement planning? How do you get information from all the departments in your organization so that you can create your budget? Or even how do you go about your market survey to know the actual price for a particular product to be procured?
Sir, it's through need assessment.
How do you go about it?
I think
Hello, sir.
forms will be issued.
Hello, sir. By writing to different departments to submit their needs.
To submit their needs assessment.
Yes.
And it's further collated, categorized and put into different such as.
Please, may I make an input, sir? Hello, sir.
Hello, sir. By writing to various departments that are in need of any of the items, and then having a benchmark also, having a benchmark of items, of different items being used in the institutions. Thank you.
So my name is Ajibo Oduwonsi. Mine is we need to inform each department to submit their needs. Then at the end of the day, we collate it together. At least through this form is called need assessments. So we're able to know which of the item we needed to acquire for the department.
Hello, sir. Good morning. My name is Maureen Oyedoja. By drawing up a procurement plan, so if you draw up a procurement plan, you find out maybe all the team members from different departments will come together, for each of the components or units, what is required. So when you draw up a procurement plan, you will be able to activate or know what the office needs.
Hello,
Hello.
sir.
Hello. Good morning, sir.
Hi. Good morning, sir. Hello, sir.
Hello.
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 Yeah,
Good
I'm
morning,
here.
sir. Good morning, sir. I'm not hearing. Hello. What's happening?
Go ahead, we can hear you.
Oga,
Hello.
we
Good
can
morning.
hear you.
Okay. My name is Michael. Yes. In procurement, before you draw out the procurement plan, there is need for the agency or procurement entity to write to different departments, which is the end user, to come up with their procurement needs for the year. Thereafter, it will be collated by the committee, that is PPC, Procurement Planning Committee, then which will now form as a budget for the procuring entity, and then forwards to the budget office for them to harmonize. After it has been passed, then the procurement planning committee will see to look at what has been. Hello?
We can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Then the procurement planning committee will see to look at what has been passed into law as an appropriation for the procurement entity to implement. It is then that the procurement planning committee will look at what has been sent to them. Then the procurement planning, the planning committee also look at, they will evaluate what has been given, what has been approved. That is when they need the priority now come in. Which one will go first? Which one the money is available for to be implemented? So that is how it flows.
What you just described now, if there is appropriation or if there is money, will
Yes,
you carry out that particular procurement? Is it when there is money or when there is appropriation?
When there's appropriation, the release of funds will not stop you from embarking on your procurement process. You do your procurement process to your final stage, but award later will not be given to the contractor who happened to be the bid that won the bid until the money is available. Why you are doing that is because you don't want situation whereby a job will be given to the contractor, executed, and there will not be money to pay, which will not give a good name for the procurement entity or even the government at large. In the larger spectrum, you see that before the job will be given out, there must be release of money of fund for the project to be seamlessly executed.
So when there is appropriation, there is no fund, you won't award that contract. Is that what you are telling me?
Base is based on experience, because when you award a contract and the job is done, if the money is not released from the Minister of Finance or Accountant General, you see that you are owing the contractor, which is not good. But it will not stop you from finishing all your process. Your process will be done while you are doing your process, so that anytime the money is released, it will not be as if you are starting afresh. Sometimes the money comes late. And when you look at the time, you see that before you start the procurement process, then the year will just run out, and you'll be able to achieve that project.
So what does the law say about payments?
Yes, the law says that when the contractor, when the job is given, there must be availability of fund for you to give her the job. That's what they say. Before you give her the job, you have to confirm availability of fund before the job will be given out. So if the fund is not available, then you hold on to that project. When you stop, you have to hold it on there.
Okay, hold on to that thought. Let's forge ahead, because there is appropriation. You must award a contract, not when there is fund. So what you need to know, and also as we go down, you see that there are essentials of public procurement, such as acquisition of goods, services, works by organizations funded by the public treasury. Then there is a distinction between public and private organizations when carrying out procurement activities. So when you look at public procurement, it involves the legal agreement of acquiring goods, works, and services by governmental organizations, which is funded by the public treasury. Given its regulated nature, it's essential that key terms within the public procurement are clearly understood. And when you look at it, public procurement is backed by the Act of 2007. Without the Act, you can't do or process a good procurement system. True or false?
True.
True, sir. True, sir.
So you can see during the 70s, 80s, then procurement is not
Yes.
Please, can
Yes.
someone mute that person? You can see the advent of procurement. Procurement has evolved over the years. If you look at in the area of our colonial masters, when they handed over to our own people, and during the military regime to our democratic nature, you know that there was an investigation done by World Bank. They said that every 2 naira spent, every money spent, or every 2 naira spent, a huge sum of the money from there is lost. Why? Why is it so? This was done by World Bank. And this analysis was done and was given back to the government to assess. And you know, during the procurement process in Nigeria, who brought it is President Olusegun Obasanjo during his time. So we have the due process the BNPI, which was headed by FUTO-CE-sPESS. True or false?
True, sir.
True, sir.
Very true.
True, sir.
So in that aspect, procurement has been transformed in various stages in Nigeria. Now, we have we have those who are carrying out these various processes. One, we have the BPP. They are the one that pilots the activities in procurement, and also the regulators of public procurement by regulating it through the Act of 2007. So if I may ask, from the cease of inception or signing of the Act, is it very effective in our system today?
Hello?
Not very effective.
Not very effective. It tends to be
Largest No, not to a large extent. It has not really been effective.
To a large extent, it has been effective.
You said that it's very effective.
No.
I said largely.
It is not effective at all. Especially coming down to state levels.
Hello, sir. Please, can you come up with a question again?
My question is that since the advent of in our system, Nigeria.
Yes, it is.
I disagree with you.
No, it is not. It is not.
Because there has been a lot of interference. There are a lot of interference to this law, whether you like it or not. You want to look at the process holistically. If we look at the entire law holistically and it is being implemented accordingly, everything we do today as a country, Nigeria, will be far better than where we are today. But we must agree and say to ourselves, we need to do the right thing and do it correctly at the appropriate time. And now is actually the appropriate time. It is unfortunate that a lot of political influences tends to bend the right thing from its appropriate course. And it's a huge challenge. So the issue of interferences from the top and all of that, we need to navigate towards it and tell ourselves it's time for us to carry out procurement in the right perspective. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much for that contribution. However, the procurement from the inception till now, I think there's an improvement. Improvement in the sense that before now, the law that guided the law that the operation of procurement was not in place. But now, since 2027, when Olusegun Obasanjo came in, he introduced, there are so many lapses in the area of giving out contracts. And that was identified by the World Bank, and a law was enacted, which is what we are having now, Procurement Act 2007. And that law is served as a guide for procurement officers to use as a tool for proper procurement process to take place. Now, before now, the contract was given anyhow without proper documentation, but now you can't try it. If you do that, the law will cut up with you. That is one thing that brings improvement in the process. Though we know that there are many interferences from the different NDAs, from the chief executives and even politicians. But that will not stop if you know you can't. If you don't succumb, to them, there is no way that what what we are seeing as interference, if you don't succumb to them, that will not happen. So we procurement officers need to work on ourselves as well. The blame cannot be shifted to the chief executive or those on top alone. Everyone who participated in bending the rule is also contributing to the failure of procurement process in Nigeria.
Thank you,
very
sir.
much.
Nana, you have been raising your hand. Is there a contribution, Nana?
That hand has been up there since introduction.
So we move ahead. You know, as earlier I said, procurement is in three parts. We have the goods, works, and services. So why do we study this particular procurement? For instance, you are acquiring let's say a laptop for your organization. And you are being mandated to conduct the procurement process. How will you go about that process in acquiring that goods? It's a physical goods. So how do you go about acquiring that procurement goods, such as a laptop for your organization? Remember, you must be transparent, you must be accountable, and there must be value for money. So you are buying an equipment for your organization, and there's a requirement that you have to buy a laptop for your organization. How do you go about it?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Procurement of such, you look at the threshold.
You look at the threshold. Yes. The money involved.
If it's of a smaller
amount
money that is involved in the procurement of this item, you can use for request for quotation. Yeah. Because now we are talking of money for money.
Yes.
Instead of taking the time or paying for APA, you use request for quotation to procure those.
It all depends on the threshold, as he said. If the amount is within the accounting officer's threshold, you can go for a request for quotation. If it's above the accounting officer's threshold, you can now do open competitive bidding by doing advert and the rest.
Well, thank you for mentioning the threshold. But how do you go about it? What are the contents for you to procure that particular laptop for your organization?
It's supply, sir.
Sorry, sir. I didn't hear you well.
Okay, what is the particular process you need to do? We know about the threshold. If the threshold is beyond your accounting officer, you go to your parent body for approval. But for you to get that thing done, to get the actual, remember the definition of procurement. There must be quality, there must be time for delivery.
Please, is echoing. I don't know why it's echoing.
Particular equipment must have
understand the question. Is echoing, sir.
So as I was saying, what are the parameters to be considered for that procurement process to flourish? We know about the threshold. When the threshold is above your accounting officer, you go to your parent body for approval. Then before you get to that step, what process do you pass through to make sure that you purchase particular specification needed for your organization? You know, procurement is all about being practical. I'm having a laptop. Is that laptop good for Nigerian use? Or did you go to Japan? Or did you go to Dubai?
There's a lot of
Model something and bring it to Nigeria. We're talking about transparency, accountability,
There's a problem with this, though, is
and value for
echoing.
money, efficiency.
The thing is that
market
clearly may be echo
Thank you,
problem.
sir. Thank you, sir. The procedure is simple. What you do, you consult the IT experts in your organization to come up with a specification. It is the specification that will determine your market survey. So when that is done, you arrive at the market, you get the estimate of procurement item. You write to the DFA of your procurement entity, requesting for availability of fund. If you are sure that there is money to procure the items, you cannot write to the companies. Submitting their technical and financial needs. So after you have done the evaluation, then you come up with the winning bid. Before you now do when I give out the contract to the winning bid. Then from there the contractor will now engage to finalize the contract agreement. After that is done, then the supply can take place. So these are stages. After the supply,
Why is this echoing?
Before the department cannot raise.
Mr. Sam, please, we are not hearing. I don't know if you have another device on beside you. We can't hear you clearly.
It's echoing, so to do something about the whole thing, because if sound will be coming and nobody will be able to happen. So if we can resolve the echoing challenge, I think right.
So thank you. Is there any other opinion on this on the floor? Those who are physical.
We can't hear you very well because of the echo.
I didn't get you.
We can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, but the echo.
Can you hear me now?
It's better.
So it's better.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear
Can
me?
you hear me? I hear you.
Yeah, better now.
Is it clear now? Is it clear?
Is it clear?
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Is there any other opinion from those who
from
are
those who are
physically there and those who are online?
It has started
It
again.
has started again.
Others can be
Others can
mute.
be mute.
So, is there any other opinion so that we go ahead? Is there any other opinion? So, why do we study procurement? At least to acquire quality goods and services, to achieve value for money in spending, and enhance efficiency and effectiveness in service delivery and production, maintaining ethical standards and transparency. That is why I asked you that question. How do you go about acquiring a physical
Too much echo. So if you have your phone or your laptop,
there must be he must have the specification that is acclimatized to the system in Nigeria. Then we have to go for market survey. You must follow the law. You must be guided by the Act 2007. So from your explanation, you see there are rigorous processes you must have to go through for you to get the actual quality needed for your organization. Then if you look at some definitions, you see the public entity or procuring entity, that's PE. These are described or defined by law that is obligated to comply with provisions that was enacted by the act or law, as said. You can look at a typical example as such as entities as central ministries and entities under their jurisdiction, our municipalities. And also, you have to look at the multilateral bank, whereby the adopted goods, works, and services is as follows. You look at the means of the commodity, raw material, machinery, equipment, vehicles, plant, and related services such as transportation, insurance, installation, and commissioning. And you look at means under works, construction, repair, rehabilitation, demolition, restoration, etc. Under works. When you still look at under goods, when they say you have to procure a vehicle, they mention NOC, Toyota. Which one will you go for?
Toyota.
As a procurement officer, you patronize local content, which is innocent. But for personal use, I would like Toyota.
You know, this is public procurement we are talking about, not personally. So looking at NOC and Toyota, you can see NOC has the local content for Nigeria. Toyota is a foreign company from Japan. Then the parts is already available in Nigeria. You can get it. It's cheaper to maintain. But NOC is our own product. It also has the parts in Nigeria.
Yes.
So we are being given that position to conduct that kind of procurement. How do you go about it? Which one will you like to procure for the agency? This one has a local content, but the other one also has a local content, but the parts are all over Nigeria too, but it's not a Nigerian product. But nothing is a Nigerian product.
Yes. I
need
think
to
what
consider comparative cost advantage on the terms of the long run. If you buy Innocent and we have the power, just like you said, how durable will it take us, the servicing and all other wear and tears? You look at Toyota, of which comparative cost advantage it is to us. Is it better off if we go for Toyota? Is it more durable?
The law does not allow us to compare foreign and local. I say we should go for local. When we get to maintenance, we will take care of it.
Yes.
So in the instance,
and
in this
even in
circumstance,
public
if the
procurement,
local is more expensive.
Procurement is all about specification, so it depends on the certification that you want to acquire before you know the one.
Absolutely,
I agree with you.
Hello, sir. Hello, I have a different version in this regard.
Go ahead.
Hello. Hello.
Hello, go ahead. We are hearing you.
Going by the new trend in procurement, there's what we call affirmative procurement now, which has to do with local content. And that affirmative procurement is to encourage the local manufacturer so that the economic as well can grow. So going by your scenario, I think the best thing to do is to go with Innocent, which is our local manufacturer. By doing that, our economics grow.
No, if you are talking about going within us like that, you are now branding the procurement process, which is law and is not good according to the law. You are talking about specification. Then local content. Maybe the local content is 30%. Then the Toyota, it won't call Toyota, it's a brand. You will not see it's a brand, but the specification is what you are looking out for. So if the local content is 30% from the product, Toyota met it, Innocent met it. You check the total life cycle. But me, I can't give you answer that it's Innocent that we will buy.
We go for Toyota.
And when I will give you the answer is when it passes through all the procurement processes. Then we now determine which product is good for the organization. But looking at it, both of them met our local content.
Exactly.
Procurement is all about competition. The foreigners will also like
but the price would also play a part. The price for the two will always play a part.
We are looking at durability, cost advantage.
And you understand? So procurement, you don't come out and say like, now I called Innocent, I called Toyota. You say a Toyota. There must be a process backed by the law.
Yes.
Hello, sir. We know that the law has stated that we for the local content. But my observation here is, under the national competitive bidding, we call the mark that we can give to each company. When you are assessing the two companies, one is locally made in Nigeria, foreign country. So you give some for the international. So after you are you have given the international competitive, the international company 13%. Maybe you give the local company 20%, and still the local company does not meet that requirement. You can go for the international. It's all under this public.
Sorry. Thank you, sir. There are two things I'm looking at here. Going by specification. If we take specification or we take patronizing local content, these are two different things. If it's going by specification, when you do the comparative analysis of these two of these two manufacturers, and you discover that what meet up with your specification is Toyota, you go for Toyota. That is what the law says. But if the local manufacturer go with your specification, you go with it. But
that's the procurement process now. When you go
that
with
is one aspect.
The law said that there must be standard specification. So either Toyota or Innocent meets up the standard specification. You go for the one that met it after the rigorous process.
Yes, sir.
So you cannot just come out when somebody say Toyota and Innocent. which one will you go? They now say Toyota. There must be a process.
Yes.
There must be a rigorous process to show that the total life cycle must fit into our budgeting and whatever we are going to do as an organization. Because you might buy Toyota now at a cheaper rate. At the long run, you spend more than within 10 years. What is the total life cycle? Buying the parts, maintenance, and so on is involved in the total life cycle. The same thing in Innocent. You might buy it cheaper, but the total life cycle, you spend more. What of the salvage value? Because after a while, you need to sell to at least regain some part of the money you used to purchase that vehicle to use it for another purpose in the organization. These are what you check when you are doing procurement processes. That's why you cannot come out directly and say, I'm buying Toyota direct. It must meet our specification. The same thing, purchasing of laptop. Like when you are purchasing laptop, you can't use American specification for Nigeria. That laptop will pack up.
Yeah.
There are laptops when there are intensive heat. You'll be wondering, why is it that when you are using some laptop, you must be where the system is cool?
Yeah.
Nigeria, is it not very hot?
Very true.
It's hot.
So if you are using let's say a UK television, you went to UK, you bring in UK television here in Nigeria, it can never work until you acclimatize it. True or false? You can see environmental factors have come into play in the procurement process. So all these things have to be checked and known. That's why we have different categories in procurement process. And you must have experts that will help you in carrying out those objectives. Then when you look at services, you can see, I know we discussed about services, whether what I'm giving to you, is it non-consultancy or consultancy services. We have services, it's subdivided into two. You have the consultancy services, which refers to services that are of advisory and or professional in nature and which are provided by consultants. And these services typically involve providing expert or strategic advice. Example, you're looking at management consultants, policy consultants, or communication consultants. Advisory and project-related consulting services, which include feasibility studies, project management, engineering services, financing and accounting services, training, and development. Then non-consultancy services means services that are not consulting services, which are examples include drilling, aerial photographs, satellite imagery, mapping, catering, cleaning, security, and similar operations. So when looking at this, what kind of service am I giving to you?
You just giving us the answer now.
Answer it now. I have given you a spoon.
Consultancy.
So that was what I stood since. You're giving us consultancy.
They have answered it, sir. It's consultancy.
Consultancy.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. So what is the strategic importance of public procurement? Why is it important to be strategic in your procurement processes? You know that when we are talking about procurement, it's 17 to 20% of the national growth of a particular country because of its being controlled according to the law. And it helps, it's critical for development when it comes to national market and its competitiveness. then it is useful to promote equitable and inclusive national economic growth. And it's also important to support the realization of national sustainable development objectives of the country, and also help to increase public procurement to indicator of a governance in any country. Because when you have good governance, the procurement process will be smooth. If I ask you now to compare Ghana procurement system and Kenya procurement system with Nigeria, which one is better? I don't mean Ghana jollof rice, so Ghana procurement system and Nigeria procurement system, and also Kenya procurement system, which one is better?
I think Kenya is better because they have more emphasis on.
You say which one is better?
Kenya, because they have more emphasis on e-procurement.
Okay. Is that what made Kenya procurement system better than Nigerian procurement system?
Yes, because there's more transparency.
Yes,
Are you downgrading Nigeria?
Yes,
No,
that's
it's not a
true.
matter of downgrading.
It's not matter. That is his own idea about this question. That is his own idea about it. So
When you look at Nigeria from Obasanjo, before Obasanjo, then you understand that we've actually made some tremendous improvement.
Yes. But let me ask you now, in terms of light in Nigeria and light in Kenya, which procurement system is better off?
Kenya.
Kenya. So I have not traveled to Kenya, so I can't say.
Nigeria. That is less.
But I want to differ.
I've not been to Kenya, so I don't even know.
I want to differ.
I've been to Kenya.
I have been to Kenya.
Kenya.
And when I was in Kenya, throughout their life, they didn't take.
I want to differ in the sense that
they don't know what generator is. But here in Nigeria, it was pass my neighbor. This one we put on his own. This one we put on his own, creating hazard in the system.
And
system.
And noise pollution, plenty hazards and noise pollution.
Kenya procurement system is standard and is working for them as a country. And in Nigeria, we are coming up in that area too. We are trying to revitalize our own lighting system, because I know here a part of we are.
But we are too slow. The pace at which you are coming up is too slow.
Always more than now, no light. That means the procurement system somewhere is not working accurately for our nation to move ahead in that area.
Sir, if you want to look at it holistically, not just looking at the domestic usage, Nigeria supply electricity to a lot of African countries, precisely, which also generates income to us as a nation. I agree with you. Domestically, we are suffering electricity, but externally, there is huge income of money we generate. And I think working towards translating that to our domestic consumption is just what we need to balance up the gap. And Kenya will be far behind us if we can do that.
So all we are saying is that we need to brace up with our own system so that we will pass this stage we are suffering in Nigeria. I know that those people we are supplying light to, they are not better than us. So in our system, we need to make it work so that Nigeria will be better for us and for our children. So when you look at the early public procurement legislation, we have the foreign suppliers legislation and local economy and treat local suppliers equally. Because the preference you give to the foreigners, you also have to give to the local people who are bidding for a particular contract. So if you don't do that, that means you are doing segregation and you are not helping your local content to grow. So the law today is helping us to achieve that aspect in our system. And if you look at it today, no matter the Kenya aspect, Nigeria procurement system is still the best, which I know. Today, there is an e-procurement system being introduced in our system, which is acclimatized to Nigeria peculiarity, not Kenya. Kenya is Kenya, Nigeria is Nigeria. When you come to Nigeria, you follow Nigerian procurement system, which is the best for Nigeria. The only thing remaining now is the implementation. People to readjust, to do the right thing for us to be better off. I hope you understand the system now.
The implementation will be in the area of where our country officer will allow certified procurement officers to practice procurement in the organization.
That area you are talking about accounting officer to allow. It's not in his power to allow. He has to obey it. It's not left for you as the procurement officer. You bring out the art. You humbly tell the accounting officer, look at what is involved. Remember, there is Kuje prison. I don't know if you remember that is Kuje prison. Most of them can go when you now give you something to sign. ICPC. If BPP come for auditing and saw your organization liable, they will send it to EFCC or ICPC. When they come, they see you are guilty. You go to Kuje prison. And remember, before you have been any induction is done for you to become a procurement officer, they take you to Kuje to visit all those who are there, so that you think twice before you start misbehaving in the system. So there are ethics guiding procurement processes in every country. So the only thing they bypass there is that no matter the political shenanigans that is going on, as a procurement officer, you have to humbly not to fight your guy, to tell him that look at what is involved. You are liable to go to prison if you do something of this.
Please, let's reduce our interference. Let's reduce our
If you do this, you are going to prison, so that Oga will also learn, not verbally. Oga will tell you do something, you not do it. You put it in writing. When you put it in writing, mind how you write it, you put it humbly, now give to him. You see that they won't go contrary to that law. Whatever you do, attach the procurement act section where he or she should know that if you do this, look at what is involved. That's why you are a procurement officer, because as a procurement officer, you must work hand in hand with your accounting officer and teach him whether if he doesn't know what to do, you are the one to be reminding him or her, look at what is involved. You can remember the NDDC saga. What happened? If anybody can remember the story, what happened about their procurement process, their MD fainted on national television.
Yes.
When you look at all those things now, when you are telling Oga the right thing, Oga will follow you. And the same thing, Oga, they are supposed to come for training too, to know all these things. So when you are not trained to know something, then how will you behave as a leader? That's what we are lacking in Nigeria. Not that we don't have good procurement system. Look at BPP now. what is going on BPP now? The DG is Dr. Adeleku. He is doing very well. The policies he's applying, is he not helping procurement to progress to the next level?
Dr. what?
Dr. Adebowale Adelaku, the DG BPP, Bureau of Public Procurement.
He's trying, but there should be a legislation or circular to, deter accounting officer from, if there is any circular to that, so that accounting officer can be aligned certified procurement officers to do their job. There should be a circular.
This is not the platform for that. Let us concentrate.
So that one you are talking about, the law is there. Once you are a certified procurement officer, you are supposed to do your work in any organization whereby you don't have procurement unit. It's a problem now if BPP come visiting you. That's why if you look at when procurement came into FUTO, FUTO was the first place anything procurement started in Nigeria. FUTO had to create a procurement unit, which is working till date. At the same light, other universities have their own procurement unit. Not when you say you are a store officer, you say you are a procurement officer. No, it doesn't work like that. There must be a conversion because procurement is a new thing in Nigeria. Even presently now, we now have it as a course in the universities. Very soon now, you see people graduating to be a procurement management officers from 6 universities that are doing this particular World Bank program being awarded to them. FUTO is one of them. But FUTO started 2012 with Public Procurement Research Center. That is the birth of procurement in Nigeria officially. And research purposes in the university system. So we can forge ahead. And when you are talking about international impact, after World War II, we have the GATT, the General Agreement on Tariff and Trade. That is 1979. We have the 22 partners which agreed a special government procurement agreement to facilitate access to each other's public procurement markets. And we have the WTO, World Trade Organization, which expanded the government procurement agreement signed in 1994 and come into effect in 1st January 1996 under the World Trade Organization, which currently have 40 countries. Coupled with it, we have the European Union, we have the European Free Trade Area, we have the North American Free Trade Area, and you can see the legislation for European Free Trade Area is similar to the European EC introduced in the 1960s and the 1970s. Then if you check the one for North America, Free Trade Area, created by the United States, Canada and Mexico in 1992. You know, when you talk about international procurement within Nigeria and Ghana, it's just like you getting married. Somebody getting married, there must be a traditional right have to go. This is what you give and this is what I will take. So when you are doing this, you don't need to molest or tell the person you are bigger than that person. You can see what is going on now. Nigeria is giving Nigeria equipment to fight insurgents. And Nigeria is cooperating in one way or the other to make sure this is being achieved for now, so that people will go about their business normally, the way we were before all these things started. Then you look at the World Bank procurement guidelines. Since 1964, that's when they started a guideline. The latest version is the 2016, which is prescribed a form of international policy, procurement policy developed over the last 70 years. And you look at the modern law of procurement of goods, construction, and services. That's 1994. You look at the modern law, which is used in the basis of developing new procurement legislation worldwide. And if you look at the Nigerian Act of 2007, the unilateral law was the model used to provide our own 2007 Act. Then, if you talk about the evolution of procurement legislation, if we start from the 90s, the public procurement legislation was intended initially to reserve the public procurement market to national firms, which the complexity, the procurement needs have to last at least 120 years, meant that the private sector is increasingly becoming the key supplier to government until the government historically produced the bulk of the procurement needs in-house through the various ministries and organizations. Hence, when you talk about national public procurement law needed to give equal and non-discriminatory access to national firms and increasingly remedies for aggrieved leaders to challenge the fault by the public entity in conducting processes.
My brother.
So, please, can you mute yourself? When I mute you, just don't unmute yourself again so that we can flow with the lecture. So when you are looking at it, the Second World War, the rules for opening up international trade were introduced, starting with using the CAP in 1947. And you check the Treaty of Rome, 1957, established the principle of the four freedom within the member European countries. That's movement of goods, services, persons, and capital. In 1964, the World Bank introduced its first edition of the procurement guidelines, stipulating the international competitive bidding, that is ICB, as a default method in procurement for the projects is financing. So what is the default method of procurement in Nigeria?
National competitive bidding. Open competitive bidding.
Open competitive bidding.
Open competitive bidding. How sure are you?
Very sure.
Open competitive bidding.
Where
Sure.
it is in the law. Where it is in the law.
It is emphasized by the Public Procurement Act 2007.
Chapter 5. You say chapter 5 of what?
Is it chapter 5 or session?
Let's go ahead. We are supposed to be rounding up so that we go for the next lecture. So when you look at the public procurement policy objectives, what are the objectives of public procurement policy? You have the economy, efficiency, which economy does not necessarily mean cheapest price. They have together the above standard for value for money, and which you have the three rights: the right quantity, the right quality, the right price, and the right time and place, and from the right source. You know, in summary, this is a practical definition of public procurement. So whatever you are getting, you must have the right quantity. What is the total number of computers you need to buy for your organization? What is the quality? Will it be able to service the organization with what capacity? Then what is the price? Is the price right, or is it outrageous like most contractors do? Something you buy 50,000, they tell you 1.5 million. So the right place, is it the right place? Is it your organization? Is it the right time and place when you are supposed to supply that particular product? So who is the source? Is it the right source? You have to check the source. The people, is it Total? Are they the right source to supply that particular laptop? Or is it nothing? Are they the particular people to supply that particular, or is it HP? Are they the particular people to supply? So these are what you have to check, and these are the policy objectives of public procurement. And when you look at the complementary policy objective, non-discrimination, you must not molest anybody in any way when you are conducting a procurement practice or process. There must be transparency. There must be accountability, promotion of the domestic industry and employment. And when you talk about this, there must be special objectives by national security, sustainable development, whereby which comprises the environment, employment, and social equipment. An optimal combination to have balance of objectives which is needed for effective public procurement law. There must be a good public procurement law which must incorporate an optimal mix of the objectives to be achieved by the national public procurement system. One, we have our act, the Act of 2007. Then all the states have their own state law, which they borrow leave from the Federal Act of 2007. And it must achieve the appropriate balance between often conflicting objectives, which is, example, the transparency may impede efficiency. Domestic preference may impact the immediate economy of the purchase, etc. Then when you talk about the economy and efficiency objective, which stands for the objective of obtaining the best market price, and efficiency stands for timely acquisition through an efficient and proportionate competition procedure that is not burdensome on the internal resources of procuring entity. So the non-discrimination, you have to stand for equal and fair treatment of eligible bidders. So in this aspect, let's say, for example, your company did a publication for did an advert for procurement bid submission. So you listed your criteria without putting the CAC. Then along the line, everybody submitted. Then you awarded the contract letter to somebody that has CAC, but in your advert, you didn't put CAC as requirement, and you now removed somebody that don't have CAC but also qualify for that product and awarded it to somebody that has CAC. So from that aspect, from what happened, from what I narrated, is it not discrimination from that particular organization?
Sir, I want to respond to you from two perspectives, sir.
Yes.
One, one could see it from a point of bias, which means transparency is at stake, because CAC was not part of the requirements that was spelled out. And when you also look at it from the perspective of this political composition that were made in, if a bidder, for instance, is from PDP and my state is APC, are you not saying that the vendor, because he has met certain requirements, so therefore the enemy should take over the contract?
Are you true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So any other opinion on this? Any other opinion?
Yes.
Those who are seated here, do you have an opinion
Yes.
for this?
Yes, my opinion is that so long as you didn't declare that particular item as a criteria, if you use it, you are not being fair to the bidder that you disqualified. Thank you very much, sir.
So from what I stated now, you know, this problem
Sir, another opinion, sir. Another opinion, sir.
One section of the country whereby they did this. When they awarded that contract to somebody that has CAC, the person that they rejected had to write a petition. So that petition now, do you think that petition won't go through?
It will go through. It will go through. If the system is just, it will go through.
Yes, he went through because BPP investigated and they saw what happened now. They have to conduct that process again. So that means the law is working. Abi?
Excuse me, sir.
To a reasonable extent, it is.
Yes, it's working. It's working to some extent.
Because that is also the essence of the briefing too, in the process.
Yes.
I have an input, sir.
Yes, sir, go ahead.
Okay, sir. So what of in case where probably there is nothing to distinguish the bidders, and then it happens to be that the CAC is now like an added advantage, maybe to give the other bidder an edge over his counterparts. How will such case be handled if they all met the criteria, and then the CAC is the only thing that is standing as a leverage over every other bidder? How will you handle such?
No, repeat the question again.
I said, having, okay, I said if the CAC is not a criteria, and it happened that the bidders, they all met the criteria for the offer, and now the only thing that is standing between them, that is giving the other bidder an edge, is the CAC. How will such case be handled?
You have seen it now.
There is no way. There is no way that all the bidders will meet up with the criteria. If there is such thing, then there's a collision. In the sense that if you are talking of technical, it's a different thing.
Okay.
But if you are talking of technical, it's a different thing. But financial, there must be different.
Definitely.
There must be. If there's no difference, then there's a collision.
There's a collision.
So the financial will not be a determinant factor to knock out those who will not eventually not be qualified to take up the job.
Exactly.
Thank you. So when you are talking about the financial, that's where accountability comes to play. We stand for responsibility for actions, decisions, taking an exposure to liability for such action. Then you look at the promotion of domestic industry and the employment. We stand for promotion of the domestic market. Speaker applied through a margin of domestic preference, which in turn promotes national employment in all national industries. We talk about the national security objective with full completion under the law for sensitive contracts that is certified to impact national security. Then sustainable development objective refer to using public procurement to support the promotion of government policies in the environmental and social areas. So when you look at all this, you look at the shared goals comparison between public and private sector in procurement. There are shared goals and outcomes in the private and public sectors, ensuring continuity of service, delivery, or production needs, avoiding waste and duplication, maintaining pressure on reducing cost, maintaining required quality, level, and efficiency. Then when you look at the differences between public and private sectors, you look at the accountability to a wider range of stakeholders and the public at large. More strict rules on transparency and non-discrimination. Government procure a broader range of goods and services. Government must consider sustainable development, public safety, and other social policy objectives. Public agencies share data and can consolidate procurement operations since they are not in commercial competition with one another. You can see our Nokopo system. You can log in and see what procurement processes we have done. If you have seen the Nokopo system being done online, you can, as a Nigerian citizen, you can log in and check all the contracts that have been done. That's public sector, but private sector, how do they operate? Sometimes they keep their own within themselves without sharing the information. And if you look at profit, it's not the objective of public procurement system, but for private, they must make profit. Then there are long-term relationships, providers more constraints in the public procurement. In summary, we see that we have covered an aspect of this public procurement system whereby we discuss about the public and private sector procurement, stating the basics and its importance between the goods, works, and services. We also checked and also talked about the strategic impact of procurement in national development, market competitiveness, and the role in supporting sustainable development, and the differences between private and public procurement, and the legislation and international impact after the World War II, which includes the agreements done to foster procurement after this war have been put to a halt. So we also discussed policies, balancing economy and efficiency, and the impact of procurement on national security, sustainable development. So in a nutshell, can we look at this case study? Case study one, sustainable procurement initiative. A municipal government decided to integrate sustainability criteria into their public procurement processes. This initiative aimed to reduce environmental impact, support local economy, and promote social responsibility. The challenge The main challenge was to balance cost with environmental and social benefits, ensuring that the procurement did not significantly increase the budget while achieving its sustainability goals. The action, the government implemented a set of criteria for selecting suppliers, including environmental certification, the use of the recyclable materials, and requirement for suppliers to adhere to social responsibility standards. So the result, the initiative led to a reduction to carbon footprint, support for local businesses, and improvement in worker conditions among suppliers. It also raised public awareness about sustainability. So the question here, what do you think the government did right to achieve this result? What do you think the government did right to achieve this result?
Hello. Email and have you sent it? And phone number, very much. Next one.
Are we there? What do you think?
The action the government took. Hello.
Open your mic and answer, please. Some people were disturbing.
Good afternoon, colleagues and fellow participants. For this case, the government did was setting up a set of criteria for selecting the suppliers, and it helped in a great deal by ensuring that only certified persons were selected, and it helped in the selection process.
And the environmental questions were considered.
To add a voice to that, the integration of the sustainability criteria was the major factor that was incorporated.
What else?
I think, sir, that one of the things that they did was also to create a lot of awareness, because awareness is also something that has helped both the sustainability, so that people are aware about it, and then it has also helped them in their selection criteria, so that the materials that they're also using is also improving labor conditions.
Another thing is that they engage in the registration, certification of suppliers in terms of environmental standards.
Yes.
Like they certify their suppliers so that whatever they are doing will meet the standard that is being set.
Yeah, thank you.
Another keynote is that they adhere to social responsibility standards, which will be benefited by persons within the neighboring area where the job will be done.
I also want to add that the use of recyclable materials will also help, in environmental sustainability, and then cut down on the costs.
Okay. Any other point? Those who are here physical.
And also the government focused on the measurable outcomes. Like the approach also led to reduce carbon footprints and all that. So I think the government did right.
Thank you. So thank you for listening. We have to go to the next lecture, but we have 10 minutes break. Any other question?
Well, the question that has been bugging my mind, though I raised it in one of the time I had the opportunity to speak, when the entire procurement process, frankly speaking and frantically, the publication
is to call for bidders and to make it open and transparent. But my worries still remain. A government that wants to spend on a project and belongs to a particular party, APC, for instance, and you want to run a job that a PDP, in quote, an enemy, met all the criteria. Will you at what point now will you now say the enemy should not be given the job because he is not part of our party? And when you do otherwise, of course, we all know the implication. Thank you, sir.
You know, from what you just said now, procurement is not looking at the party you are in, whether you are from APC, PDP, ADC, we are all one. We are all working towards to our national development. So when you are going against the law, because the law states that once somebody meets the criteria, you must award that contract to that person, no matter where the person is coming from. Because when you do open competitive, somebody from the north will bid, somebody from the south will bid, somebody from the west will bid. So when you have different people, ethnic groups coming together to bid, what you give to A is what you give to B, up to Z. So if you don't do that, you have started breaching the law of procurement.
Yeah.
One, you have started undermining, even molesting some people.
Yeah, the
And
professional.
we are now looking at political bigger now, political whatever coming in, which is not allowed or even supported by the act.
Procurement system.
So when you are doing such, you have to point out from the act stating that transparency is not there, accountability is not there, which will not give Nigeria a good name. You can see what is going on when one president called Nigeria names. It's part of it. There must be a political will whereby no matter what have transpired, everybody must come together. This is what procurement is preaching, unity. So when you don't have that unity, that means you are now trying to cause intertribal war, lack of leadership, and so forth, not because of APC or PDP. Are you getting the fact now? And the law is not supporting that kind of thing, saying that you are coming from, because you are not from APC, we won't award that contract. I hope you are getting it. There must be political will that will help support the growth of our procurement system. So these are the bottlenecks we are trying to keep down, bring down. I gave you an example, what happened with the MD, he fainted. When the law is being trying to be implemented, you see all manner of things will come up. If you check what is happening in the oil and gas, check what is happening in our electrical system. So when things are done right, whether APC or PDP will not come up. Even then, you see the APC has a blood brother that is in APC and also a blood brother in PDP. So why not do the right thing and follow the law? And procurement is not supporting such. So anybody that does that goes against the rules and the norms or the act. So the right thing must be done, not because the person is from APC or PDP. Thank you.
Yes, sir. That's 100% correct. It's even a very
Okay, sir,
wrong...
please, is it possible we get your lecture slide?
It is in LMS. Yes. Once you log in the LMS, you see it. We don't send the note. It's there already. They have access.
Okay.
So in the next 10 minutes, we start in the second lecture. Please, just in the next 10 minutes, let's stand up and move about a little bit.
It's even very unfortunate to bring in political differences to governance issues. That's one. Then two, when it has to do with party. You don't see party, there's no enmity. You don't see PDP, APC as being enemies. They are only opponents. They are only opponents. So we should be able to do things as professionals. Thank you very much.
See, let's be frantic. Let's be frantic. Look at the dispensation where PDP was in. Look at those who were given jobs. Look at those who got the jobs. Look at APC when they came into power. Look at the set of people who are getting the jobs. Sometimes
that's why the country is where it is now. That's why the country is where it is. It's very wrong.
We have a fantastic.
Please, we don't need to argue on this. Please,
Hold
let's
on,
just
this is
take it.
not argument. I'm only making a case. I'm entitled to my opinion. And that is why I'm drawing inferences from what is practically happening before you and me.
Stop. This is a lecture, it's a class, it's not a political.
The governor who is not funded by a political party will carry his own project and go and give to another party member because they met the criteria. That's not the problem we're having in this country.
Let's forget about the political aspect. Let's focus on the lecture, please.
Cannot rule it away. We must find a way to solve the problem. That is why I'm bringing it up. It's a problem that we need to think. I'm also.
Are we the one to say?
I'm
Are
buying,
we the one
I'm buying the
to look for solution?
There is no
For that, calm down.
There is no Mr. Know It All. So I must seek for possible best ideas and opinions.
In public lectures, there should be decorum. You can make your point without necessarily mentioning the name of political parties here. So there is decorum.
Yeah, let us focus. Let's forget about political stuff here, please.
Because if we are talking about this now, we are putting politics into our lectures, so we don't need it. That's why I say we should calm down.
This world.
Just to one of the parties. So let us put it aside and focus.
Even in your house, you play politics.
You, in fact, you just said that now, even in the house, you play politics. You might like
but this is not your house.
Please, let us put it aside and focus.
It is true. Now, it's not your house. It's a public lecture.
And even in public lecture, they play politics.
Okay, Uncle. Uncle, it's okay.
The lecturer has already made his comments. As professionals, we should endeavor to do away with political consideration in
very good
governance.
professional politician.
If we don't do that, that's why the country is backward, is where it is. And we can't continue like this as a country. We need to
why
learn
when matters like this are raised, we look at it from both from different shades of opinion and see how we can really. Some of these questions we throw them not because we don't know what to do or what is tenable. But when you throw out questions like this, you are actually looking for shade of opinions. That is just the basic thing, nothing more.
As everybody walk around for 10 minutes.
It's 10 minutes, so 10 minutes. All of the pepper mouth here. The comment they do when they transparent. When one person go bring 3 beads. Licky. Out of 500 participants, 200 there, so number has gone down now. Number has gone down. Okay, make I go my.
Of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
You know the dance, you see.
I like that one.
They don't start.
And you know what the public, you know what I respect about it? They say, supporters, all you need to do is cast your vote. Leave the rest for me. Completely, I declare that. He said, leave the rest for me. Just cast your vote. Leave.
Is it that people are watching movie while we're having class or what? Please, can everybody be muted?
I don't know where I'm starting.
They talk politics. Let's concern APC, this one here. I'm not for them. They make I thought I tried.
You want charge? With any?
You charging? You're supposed to be in class. Charge what?
You see your black.
Yes, Nick don't go. No, I know they show. I know they show. I know they show. Ask Amara. Then carry cup. No, or Amara. They go say enter another meeting. Then what should they talk? After this one, they go say enter another lecture. I not even understand. Jesus! Are we? Yeah, we.
Hello, are we there?
We're here, sir.
You know, you can also join those who are not able to log in, can also join us through YouTube. The link is also on the WhatsApp group. I don't know
It's
if you
actually,
see.
yeah, we are seeing it on the Zoom.
Zoom is there. This we are using Zoom now, and also the one for YouTube.
For
As we are
YouTube, yeah.
discussing, there are also those who are not able to join us
Yeah.
from Zoom can also see
Join on YouTube.
what is going on, who cannot be able to log on to Zoom.
Well, I
So
actually have to give you guys kudos for that, because there are so many alternatives to the workshop. That makes it very fantastic.
and also we have the Facebook, but I couldn't set up that Facebook on because I have to use another system for that.
Okay.
But
Then
maybe subsequently I will add it so that those who couldn't log in YouTube can also log in Facebook.
Many thanks.
So as a formal introduction now, I'll say Model 1 is still the legal and regulatory frameworks for public procurement. So this section topic is the Federal Government Public Procurement Act of 2007. So the lecturer and the presenter is Engineer Dr. Michael Egara Mmecha, which most of you know. I'm the Project Management Officer, Logistics and Transport, and also the Risk Management Officer for the center. So before we forge ahead, I have a words of marvel that we need to reflect on. Change will not come if we wait for some other person or some other time. We are the ones we have been waiting for. We are the change that we seek. This is by Barack Obama. Everybody knows how he did it. He made it to the top. He campaigned, he worked for it. And in Nigeria, for our procurement system to work, we are the ones to raise it. And we are the ones to make the implementation, to carry out those implementation, carry it out to our localities and show a good example so that Nigeria will be a better place. And another one, progress is impossible without change. And those who cannot change their minds cannot change anything. And when you look at this aspect, this is by George Bernard Shaw, an Irish dramatist. When you don't have a progressive mind to adapt to situations that can change the future, how can that change come? How can that progress come? So we have to be looking out to that aspect whereby we learn, relearn, and make things possible in our time. Then finally, the first step towards change is awareness. And the second step is acceptance. As you are being trained, it's an awareness. And there must be an acceptance from your own perspective. So this is by Nathaniel Branden, an American psychologist. So we living in Nigeria, we are the ones that will create our change. Even in the forthcoming election, we will also be the ones to make that change. So the learning outcomes for this is to understand what the act says and what we should do. Please, just give me a few minutes. Let me re-upload it again, please. Can you hear me?
Go ahead, sir.
Just give me a few minutes. Let me re-upload the slide, please.
We are hearing you clearly, sir.
We'll wait for that.
Let me re-upload the slide, please.
Hey, Chairman.
What was that? Hold on. I will do it, sir. I was. Please, you put the number in. Okay, just number it. This is 1. I have a pen there. Okay. 1. I'll just start afresh. 1 down to the end. Okay, sir. Thank you. This last one. This last page. Just made it. Just put it here. You look at it. Careful. You said it. He's going to account. Okay. Let him just go.
I will stay there for longer.
Okay. You are doing what there?
That I'm writing that.
Okay.
That paper.
One of the same thing I said that.
So are you seeing my screen now?
Yes, your screen is up.
Okay, yes. So, as I was saying, the learning outcomes for this particular one, we are now talking about the law. Without the law, anything you are doing in procurement is null and void. So from here now, the learning outcomes is 1, to understand the key provisions of the federal government of Nigeria, the Procurement Act, and for other states. If you use Abia State procurement law as an example for other states, then you look at to identify and compare the regulatory bodies responsible for overseeing procurement activities under the Act 2007 and the state law. If you are looking at this aspect, you talk about the law of other, same with the one in Taraba State. Hello?
I'm hearing you, sir.
I said the law.
Go ahead.
The procurement law in Abia State, will it be the same with the procurement law of Taraba State?
Of course not.
So there will be
Peculiarities
differences.
of environment.
There will be differences, but it will be the same outcome because every state law must be adaptable, or they must borrow a leaf from the Act of 2007.
Absolutely.
Then, and when you are looking at it, you must have evaluated the importance of transparency, efficiency, and accountability in government procurement processes. And you look at, again, you analyze the challenges faced in implementing the Procurement Act of 2007 and the state's law, and propose potential solutions. So in this aspect, what we are trying to do is to look at the federal law, the Federal Act of 2007, and the state's laws, how they do their procurement system. Then we have to recognize the significance of compliance with the Procurement Act and the state law for promoting good governance and sustainability, the development at the federal level and state level. So please, the person that is using the marker, please kindly stop designing our board for us. Please. So before we venture into the lecture proper, I have a question and I need a very good answer. In procurement, in Federal Government Act Procurement Law 2007, and let's say for Rivers State Procurement Law, their own procurement law, do they have the right to award a contract 100%, both in federal and state level?
Please ask the question again.
I'm doing the Federal Government Act of 2007. Then the River State Law on Public Procurement. When you are looking at them in the federal level, do they have the right to award contract up to 100%? That is making payment up to 100%. Do the state also have the right to make payment or award contract and make payment up to 100%? You know, who is the accounting officer at the federal level? Who is the accounting officer in the state level?
So are you talking about the state itself or the accounting officer for each of the parastatal?
Okay, let me make it simpler for you.
Is it as mobilization?
When you are talking about federal entity, the Federal Act of 2007, that's what they are using. Let's use FUTO, for instance, FUTO.
Yes.
Okay, sir.
It's a federal entity.
Yes.
Do they have the right to award contract, make payment full at 100% according to the Act of 2007? Then looking at Rivers State University, they follow their own procurement state law. Do they have the right to award contract, pay 100% according to their own state public procurement law?
Yes, with the following reasons. If the threshold for the project are within the PTB, that is Parastatal Tenders Board, FUTO can award contract 100% following the procedures of Public Procurement Act 2007. And so is River State. But if it is above the threshold of the accounting officer, they need to go to Ministerial Tenders Board for a federal and vice versa.
No, you're talking about the threshold.
No,
You're talking about the threshold.
30% mobilization, sir.
You're talking about the threshold. What I'm saying
is to make payment.
Making payment. They have the right.
So if we are making payment, we cannot pay 100% because the job has not been completed or the project. So we have to give
if the project is funded from IGR, an organization and an institution can make payment 100%.
Wow, according to procurement law. Have you read the law?
No, sir. The law says the project you cannot pay fully because the job has not been executed.
No, exactly. That's the point.
So we have to pay 30% to mobilize them to site.
No, but he didn't say before the job is done now. He said, can they
say
pay
fully? They say fully.
Yes.
We can't pay. We can't pay all, sir.
How do
you cannot?
We can't pay all the payments.
The question is not.
We have to go through mobilize 30%.
The question is kind of tricky. That question is
30% mobilization fee. Then after
that,
after
that you can now split
of the contract
based on the job or the project execution.
Can we have one house?
One after the other, please.
Can we have one house? The question is tricky. That's why procurement is technical. So one after the other, answer the question.
Hello.
From my own point of view, from what is there in the Act, the payment, 100% payment for any job cannot be made except that job is completed. But when it has to do with when the contractor asks for mobilization fee, there are some documents, that is needed from the contractor, like bond, to be presented before 35% of the contract sum will be given to the contractor to commence the project. Then the 100% payment will be made after completion of the project. So no
procurement entity can pay fully
100%.
payment.
Exactly.
Yes.
That is just no had the right to pay 100% from the beginning until the project is completed.
Let me add my voice. I want to beg to disagree totally with the submissions of the House. And I want to be corrected because I believe we are all learning. So if the question comes like that, it means that the examiner wants people to fail. If you say what is the mode of payment as soon as award of contract is done, then you can begin to break it down in phases as it is. And even the responses that was given was wrong because there is this retainment of 5% if it is under works
You don't say
that
it
will be
was wrong.
paid after some
Your
months,
opinion.
even after the completion of the job. So if you are talking about how do you stagger payment by state according to Procurement Act, then you can now start by saying that the 30% previous payments can be made if the contractor requests for it. Some contractors will go on and do the work, and then some will say pay us in phases. And at the end of the job, when they have collected their completion certificate, you still pay them 95% until after some months, like 3 or 6 months, before you pay the remaining 5%. So the question needs to be clear before you now say it is
Yes.
technical. I stand to be
Sorry, Mr.
corrected.
Dave. Mr. Dave, you are correct.
Yeah, I understand
Mr.
to be
Dave, you are
correct.
correct. But the
Also.
question that was put to us is a technical question, also an applied question.
Exactly.
So it's, as a procurement officer, you need to use your head to answer it. You need to think outside the box. So you don't question doesn't come like that and you say, okay, this has and you at the end you fail. So you that in the field who know how things are being done in the
So
field.
tell us.
You give that's what Mr. Dave said now. He has already answered the question. The payment cannot be made 100%, but that's on
simple.
If the contractor
That
asks,
is what the lecturer wants to hear, whether fully
Exactly.
or not.
Exactly.
So
I
if
think the
you
lady
are on
has
full
said
payment,
it all.
we know that okay, this is your own role, the way you people do your
yes,
procurement
if
activities.
Exactly.
But if it is half, then you justify it with your answer.
that is
So
it.
that is it.
I think the answer is when you look at contract agreement, some of these things are explicitly stated in contract agreements sometimes. So in contract agreement, if they put it there 100% before payment, because there are different types of contracts. There are contracts where the supplier will have to import from abroad. So you will have to place an order. They are not readily available things on the shelf. So it depends on the type of contract.
Yeah.
So, but everything, yes, everything will be stated in the contract agreement.
At that,
And once it's
no
stated in the
100%
contract
payment
agreement,
will be
that is
made.
what it is.
Because in a circumstance where the procurement equipment not taking from the field.
Hello. Daudu, sir. Daudu.
Hello, are you still there?
Yes, sir.
We are
Sir,
here.
we are here. We are waiting for your our response, whether we are
I know
right
you
or
just
not.
sat like the jury waiting for the lawyers to argue their matters and why you are just laughing at us.
Yes, yes. Because we have sensors to back it up as a lawyer.
A thought just came into me because, like the last speaker tried to bring that caveat, in a circumstance where the item to be procured is not taken from the shelf, where you need to fabricate by specification. In that circumstance, 100% can be made.
Okay, sir. Okay, sir. No problem. Okay, sir. That will do. Yes, sir.
So now we have PDP and APC now fighting about the 100% and 30%. You know, when you are looking at this matter, this particular way, you look at there are some contracts being carried out in states, they pay 100%. And which, when you look at it, there will be a red flag. That's another way of embezzlement of funds.
Yes.
Which is a red flag in procurement.
Yes.
So the normal thing to do is to make your payment 30%.
Thank you, sir.
You make your payment 30%. You don't make full payment. But when you are carrying out a contract, that is a lump sum. That's where you say you pay a huge sum of amount of money for that particular thing. That's international. You are bringing back the way World Bank is doing their procurement practices. So when you talk about the federal and state, like if you want to carry out, there is no procurement done in Federal University of Technology. Under our procurement activities, we pay 100%.
You
yes,
make
sir. 30% payment first. Then when the person delivers, you pay him the remaining amount. So where this problem always emanating is in the states, whereby there will be an order by the accounting officer. And let me not call any state at all. Make full payment. When that full payment is made, that contract will not be carried out. Is it not a breach of the law?
It's a breach, sir.
So procurement is trying to bring us together so that we have to be accountable. There must be transparency. And if you look at the 100% being paid, that means that contractor is related to the accounting officer in charge.
Yes.
And you see, they will bring in their tools to work. Let's say, for example, working a road. And the person will now use that bulldozer and clear some places and put one and do some ad hoc work. Before you know it, once he gets their full amount, you won't see them on site again. They will just disappear.
It will become ongoing projects.
Ongoing project. Then it will not be a burden to the next person that will be handed over power to. So this has been problem in the system. So when we have people who are accountable, that have political will, who are transparent, who are efficient, this work. Like now, let me not say that this place is closer to me. Go to Abia State. There's a lot of things going there. Also come to Owerri. The governor is building a lot of things too, making the place more neat and accessible in terms of building roads. It's a gradual process. But before all these things are done, there must be a procurement process that will make sure that system will be sustainable. That's why we have the Act, Federal Act of 2007, federal the state law of all other states. If any state doesn't have that law, they have to call our center or inform BPP to come and do a formal training for them. Then they now do their conversion, so that they will now start implementing their law in their states. They want workable for Owerri, state Owerri public procurement law in Owerri. It's not workable with Rivers State public procurement law. So it's vice versa, but the law talks about efficiency, accountability, transparency, value for money. There must be value for money. If there is no value for money, then why are you doing that procurement system? Can you tell me, if you now say government university now want to purchase a laptop, they will now go and buy a refurbished laptop? Is that how it's supposed to be? A university is a place whereby you bring in brand new equipment to lecture, to show the government that this is workable. Then government will now come to the university and learn how that product, and then they can now use it for their agencies, recommend it for all their agencies. So if the university is not showing example by productivity, then how will that nation move? That's why now the government have seen the essence of equipping and also making sure the staff of the universities are well paid. So when you get that in, you can't see the system of jackalism will stop. That's where the procurement system is working. You can't give somebody light, give them, pay them well, give them what they require to do their work. You are telling that person to now travel outside abroad to go and do, because working in Nigeria is better than suffering in another person's country. Because whatever you are doing there, you are improving the economy, not Nigeria's economy. That is why we should abide to the rules and regulations of our law. Exactly this 2007 Act, Procurement Act, make it workable at federal level, make it workable at state level. So, looking at it, what is the background? And if you are talking about the introduction, you see the Federal Government Procurement Act aims to promote transparency, accountability, efficiency in government procurement at the federal level. Similarly, when you talk of Abia State is an example of all other states which It's the same, serve the same purpose. Abia State, Anambra State, Taraba State, Warri, Akwa Ibom, Cross River, all of them, it applies to their procurement activities within
Please,
their
let's reduce
states.
distractions. Mute your mic.
It's acclimatized within the activities within their state. What works for Imo State in the environments might not work for Anambra State, might not work for Taraba State, but all the synergies is heading to one process. That there must be promotion of transparency, accountability, efficiency, and value for money. If all these things are not associated with the art and the law, that means whatever you are doing is vanity upon vanity. And there must be fairness. You must be fair to all. Then we have talked about the transparency, efficiency, accountability, and also competition. You know, procurement also promotes competition. It brings us the best for each other. Like, for example, let's say your agency want to create or develop a dam, and you are supposed to use a two-stage bidding process. How do you go about that issue to develop a dam in your organization? You let's say a river pass through, like in FUTO, we have a Otamiri River that pass through FUTO, and we want to develop a dam using FUTO as a reference point. Now, take yourself that you are the entity in FUTO that want to develop that. How do you go about that using a 2B stage process? I need a clean answer on this.
You require them to submit two envelope system, which contain the technical and the financial. Then after you evaluate your technical, then you find out the project execution can be made, so you can as well proceed to the financial.
You conduct a pre-qualification first, because it requires a high tactical this thing and know-how. Pre-qualification first, then the companies that pass the pre-qualification, you now ask them to submit their financial bid.
So what other opinion? Is there any other opinion to this?
And also, I think first of all, you have to you have to get a consultant, people that are specialized in that dam construction. That should be the first thing.
So, you know, this question now I ask is a bit technical too. You have to think out of the box before you carry out this particular procurement process. You know, this development of dam is not done by anyhow person. It's restricted to a few contractors. Not anyhow person you can now just come and say you want to do that. And moreover, the procuring entity awarding this particular project don't have knowledge of how to do it. This is an in-house attribute. So they have to now make a publication for people to submit
Yes.
Submit their proposal on how
Their
to carry
technical
that down.
specifications. Yes.
And how to now build and bit, because the procuring entity don't have that expertise.
Yes.
So when
yes.
they have submitted this, you know that the procurement entity will now get down the ideas of all the people that have submitted. to give it a two-shot, whereby they will now request them to now resubmit again with the specification they have approved for that particular project.
Yes.
So when they are doing this, that means they have selected people who are capable, and there must be transparency in conducting such. There must be efficiency in doing that. There must be accountability, and there must be competition. That's where you have one or two. People from north, people from south, people from west competing for the work to be done. So when you have done all this, you now give your final approval. You now give your final approval, those were the person that will be awarded the contract that have the best specification and that is within your budget limits. And that is where value for money in that procurement process will come in. So when you are talking about all these things, it seems a bit is very difficult. Yes, it's difficult. When you look at a woman being pregnant, something has transpired. The baby will germinate in the womb and stayed in the woman's body for nine months. After 9 months, the baby will come out. Now you start training the baby how to eat, how to dress, how to walk. But first, the baby will first use 4 legs before using his 2 legs. At the same time, whatever you put in that baby is what that baby will show to you later in life. That is procurement process. It has stage 1, stage 2, stage 3, stage 4, up to the last stage. So whatever you give into the system is what we now reap. That's whereby whatever you do, there must be transparency, efficient, there must be standardized process, accountability. Officials must be accountable. If you don't account for that baby won't give you accounts when that baby is up to adulthood. Check anywhere in the world. If you want your baby to be an A candidate, teach the baby with pictorial aspect of book, learning and explain the picture. You see, when he captures something, he can interpret that story. Check the baby's attributes in her school. She will always be, or he will be always be scoring A, B in whatever he or she is doing in the school. The same thing, if you also put that attribute by training procurement officer, giving them what they are required, they will always produce the best from their work, giving you that efficiency, giving you that accountability, and there will be competition and there will be value for money. That is achieving the best possible outcome in terms of quality, efficiency, and cost effectiveness, ensuring taxpayer funds are optimally utilized to deliver the desired goods, works, and services. That is if procurement is being technical and is highly practical. Whatever you do in procurement shows how your agency sees things. If you come to FUTO now, come to FUTO-CE-sPESS, if you see what we have, it will tell you who we are. If you see the gadget we have, even the laptop we use, you know that these people know what they are doing. I'm not saying because I'm here. Some of you have visited and have confirmed this. If you go to other centers, the same thing. Whatever they procure for their centers or whatever they do, you see them have, is how their procurement process is. But what is it? We are achieving one goal, value for money. What is that value for money? Quality, efficiency, transparency, cost effectiveness, ensuring that the taxpayer money funds are optimally utilized to deliver the desired goods, works, and services. So, if I may ask, how do you now see procurement? as a procurement officer, as you are doing this program now, how do you feel or how do you see procurement? Is it for everybody or for selected few?
It's
Everybody,
absolutely
sir.
everybody.
So
From this
procurement is
lectures,
for
I
the
understand that
public.
that procurement.
Public procurement is for the public.
One after the other, please. Who is
It's for
talking now?
everybody, sir. It's for everybody.
For everybody. Okay, let's go ahead. Are we in agreement? It's for everybody.
Yes, sir.
Those
Yes, sir.
on the floor, can you those who are participating live here said yes, it's for everybody. Yes.
The eyes have it.
It's for everybody, sir.
So when we are looking at this, how me personally I see procurement as a value chain where experts from various disciplines come and play significant roles by bringing their expertise and experience together as professional team for the successful delivery of a project on schedule and within budget. It is therefore not the exclusive reserve of any discipline, but requires special training to acquire the relevant skills and competencies. That is my perspective, which all of you have agreed. Shikina, right?
Shikina.
Abi?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree. Yes, sir.
I agree.
Yes, sir.
So no matter your profession, you must have a knowledge of procurement. It starts from the home. It starts from the church. It starts from the mosque. It starts from the school. Like, for example, like me, the way I was trained to go to the market, buy food, or my mother would send me to the market when I was that much younger. And she gave me, that was when one naira, 50 kobo was so, our money still has value. When I go to the market, when I get to the market, I will not buy what she asked me to buy. Now I'm married. I will give my wife money to go to the market and buy the same thing because me, I have an idea what will happen or what is exactly happening in the market because I have my own cost effectiveness. So I gave her a substantial amount to go into the market and buy that because let's say she has to prepare a vegetable soup for me. After going to the market, she will now come back after preparing the food, going through her own process. Like as an engineer, I also add my engineering technique if I'm cooking that food and my own procurement process. Now she now serve me that food. On eating it, I now put my hand. I won't see pre-winkles that are supposed to be there. The cow leg that's supposed to be there is not there. So when I check and I didn't see all these things, is that not misappropriation of the money? And my
Yes, sir. And you did not get
process
value
has
for
been
your money.
jeopardized.
I will
And you did
tell
not
your
get
mommy
value
for
for
you.
your money.
There is no value for
Your
money.
mommy for
Yes.
you.
Sir, I think the women in the house should tell us this scenario.
They have a case to explain.
Very important.
So as we are seeing now, that is the problem we have in our procurement system. When you have the direct funding to do something, but you didn't actually do what you are supposed to do, not knowing that it will affect other parts of the system in the country. That's why when you come to learn, for example, to Imo State, there is a freedom act that internet is free. But when you come to Imo State, is it practicable? If I have my DSTV small television, I want to watch, I'm on the road, I want to watch a particular football match, let's say Arsenal versus Manchester United. I can't have that internet asset. So somebody somewhere block that access. Then I get to Abia State. Immediately I get to Abia State, my small Android TV started working. That means somebody has people at hand that open that policy so that people can enjoy some certain facilities to an extent, to a level. That means there is a procurement process in that state that is going on well in more than the other state. But if it's the other way around, you come to Imo State, you are enjoying it, you go to Abuja, you are not seeing such a thing. That means there is something wrong. People have to ask questions. And you look at, we have Nukopo. It's being backed by the law, whereby as a public or a Nigerian, you have to log into that portal and check the number of projects that have been carried out by the MDAs. You have to ask questions and say, why is this happening and why is this not happening? So are we doing that as a people, as procurement officers? Are we doing the right thing? This is where the art comes to play. You use it to back up whatever you are doing, both your procurement process, your methods you are going to use. Everything is being stated in the act, federal, and also in the state law. So if I may ask you now, both in federal and state, which court has the right to judge a matter containing when there is a fraud within a procurement officer, both in federal and in state?
Federal High Court.
Judiciary.
Federal High Court.
Federal High Court,
High
yes.
Court for which people?
Okay. But I don't hear my voice, so.
Federal High Court.
Federal High Court for federal government contract.
I mean, I talk, I don't hear my voice.
So for state, which one for
I
state?
laugh in Spanish.
No.
I laugh in Spanish.
If you don't know, you have to think about it. So now, what I was telling you about the definition of procurement, can somebody now tell me the true definition of procurement? You know, I told you for the last lecture, I have the 5R, where you have the right, the quality, the quantity, and the time and the source of the product. Can somebody tell me what is procurement now before we see the definition proper?
So procurement.
So can somebody tell me? Go ahead.
Procurement, if I understand well, based on all you have said, I would say it's a structured process where an organization can acquire goods, works, or services from an external source, and it must ensure that there's value for money, competition, accountability, and transparency.
Thank you. Who else?
That's what I understand. Yes.
Who else? Who else can try?
And sorry, one more thing. I feel like maybe we can also add that, and this would be done in the right manner or right way and at the right cost.
Okay. So who else can try?
She has actually said what I wanted to say, so I agree with her.
Okay. So who else want to talk? Who is talking now? So when you look at what is procurement, this is a global definition of procurement. You have to take note of this. Whatever you are doing in procurement, even if for 10 years, this is the definition in a nutshell. Procurement can be defined as the entire process involved in the acquisition of goods. If you are writing conversion examination, once you give this particular definition of procurement, you get your full marks. If it's 20 or 30 marks, you get your full marks. You need to take note of this. Procurement can be defined as the entire processes involved in the acquisition of goods, works, or services at the best possible total cost. You can hear at the best possible total cost of ownership and the right quantity in the right quantity, not when you have a desire to buy 20 laptops for organization, they now put it 50 laptops. That's wastage. Then the quantity and quality. What is the quality? At the right time, is it this year, is it the right time to purchase that laptop? You have to check it. In the right place, is this place the right place to buy the laptop for the direct benefits of you or use of government, corporation, or individuals, generally via a contract with the aim of achieving value for money. When you are talking of the right place, the source. Who is the source? Is it that you went to somebody to bargain with somebody to be? There must be a letter of competence that you are getting. You know that when you go to BPP website, there are a list of genuine companies you listed that you have to procure things from. So when you look at this definition, it has now given you in a nutshell what procurement is all about. Best possible total cost, that is the life cycle, the right quantity, quality, right time, right place, and for the benefit of government, corporation, or individuals via a contract with the aim of achieving value for money. Because as an entity, you won't buy, there must be a contractor that must do the procuring this thing for you. That's why you have to advertise and people have to bid. Then when you are looking at other definitions, if you look at other definitions, you can see public procurement is the use of public funds by public entities for the delivery of goods, public goods, works, and services, usually through a third party, a contractor. Then, if you look at this, it encompasses a sequence of related activities, starting with assessment of needs through the contract award to contract management, and then final payments. You can see everything is stated here. Contract award, when you award, you must pay 30%. It's being backed by the law. Then final payment, when the person have delivered, then you make your checks and balances, confirm that the person have finished his work or delivered, then you pay them. It's just like when they bought the new generator several years ago for our center. I checked the generator. I saw that there is a shock absorber that you normally put under the generator, which will help balance sustainability of the generator to stop vibration, even breaking the floor if it's not there. So when I made my report, I said that something is missing. That contractor have to go back and buy and bought that same shock absorber for that generator and put it before he was finally paid. So as a procurement officer, when you don't do all this, carrying out these activities, showing your competence, your transparency and accountability, that means everybody can supply equipment, you pay the person in full, the person will go off, and that equipment will not be used, and it will be lying on there because that particular product or whatever is required is not there. So you must have competent hands in the procurement system that will help an entity to check and balance what contractors are supplying for the center. When you look at public procurement, it's a global system adopted by both developed and developing nations on how to drive value for money and improve efficiency in the use of its sacred resources. Then, so when you look at inception, when you are looking at the history of the Public Procurement Act. In 1999, the federal government observed that the contract award system lacked the required competition and transparency in the process. The World Bank was commissioned in 1999 to 2000 to carry out the country procurement assessment review. That's CAPA. When CAPA reviewed from his law, he said every review that 60 kobo was lost to underhand practices out of every 1 naira spent by government. This was 1999 to 2000. How much do you buy fuel today? How much is fuel? Look at fuel. Check the price of fuel that time. But all the report that was gotten then was that every 60 kobo, every 1 naira spent, 60 kobo was lost through underhand practices. Now check how much is a dollar to naira now. So how much do you think that has been gone out from the system by underhand practices? Can you relate to it now? According to this report was done years back. This is more than 15 years this report must have been done. So how much are we losing through underhand practices? So what do you think? I'm asking you, how much do you buy fuel today? How much? And somebody give us a narrative on this. How much do you buy fuel? How much do you buy diesel? How much do you buy dollar today? Compared to the report we Are we there?
Yes, sir.
So what do you think from this report now? What do you think? It's affecting each and every one
I think
of
the
us.
report was not well. I don't think they did their due diligence before submitting such a report.
That report they submitted was during Obasanjo regime. That's 1999-2000. It has been done. This one is not a present report. I'm now asking, what do you think now? How much do you think that have undergone such practices in Nigeria now? Look at how much is fuel now. How much is dollar to naira?
So allegedly, sir, it's almost about some
subsidy
$40
they
billion.
removed. Yes, it's
At that
about the
time,
subsidy.
everything total will come to about some $40 billion based on what they had estimated at the time.
So you can see,
I think that report was the report that talked about BPP itself, that the enactment of BPP itself. It was based on that report that the federal government enacted the 2007 Act that brought BPP to be a regulatory body that was established on top, because they discovered that in every transaction there's always an undercut. So, and if you look at what is happening today, it's even more advanced than when that report was carried out, when that research was carried out. If you look at what is happening today in the procurement processes all over, especially federal government institutions, you discover that a lot is going down the trail. And I think another report is another research is supposed to be carried out. People know the extent of wastage. It's not something that we can discuss here, but we all know that there's a lot of wastage in government procurement processes and in terms of transaction. And before you can quantify it now, you have to carry out another survey, another research that will give you
The wastage
exactly
is in your organization.
the figure or you said? you say something?
The wastage you talked about, is it in your organization?
I didn't get that.
Continue, please.
Okay, I'm done. I'm done. Just trying to throw more light on what you.
Okay, thank you.
What
You can
the
see that some of the key problems identified are being listed. You will see that some contracts will be carried out without publication of those contract opportunities. Even the one published in tender papers, you see somebody will go and pay for that tender paper to be hidden. Only few people will have access to bid for that particular contract. That was done several years ago. You see, there is no competition and transparency in project procurement, leading to high cost of projects and loss of confidence in government. You can see no disclosure of rules to be used in selection process. That is, the art is not there to guide. So it's during Obasanjo regime where he brought in all these things that made our procurement process to be better and okay for us to move as a nation. And there is no standard bidding documents that is formally used for all the procurement processes. So these are what they found during that time. But today, and another thing, you see bid contract splitting. You see use of fake documentation, collusion between bidders and between procuring entities. Conflict of interest was dominant and unchecked. So use of inferior standard materials in public procurement, since there are bribery kickbacks and abandoned projects. When you look at some of the examples, you see somebody from Nigeria bidded a contract in Benin Republic. He got there, he thought that it's business as usual. They told him the specification they needed for trunks they will use for a particular building. Do you know that this Nigerian went and bought inferior substandard materials, which when you do it in Nigeria, they find a way to cover it? Did you know what they told him? They told him two things. It's either he refund the money they paid to him, or they take him to a place where he will pay for the materials and now do the job proper. So the man has to choose to follow them and buy the correct standard material, because he was paid enough to carry that particular project. Then why go and bring or buy a substandard material? You can check when you are building your houses, all these sockets we are placing, we have the original, but if you go to the market, they say there is one for 1,500. Why is it so? But I went to one of the hotels, that was built by the British. I think that's our Imo Concord Hotel several years ago. But there, the socket they have there during the former regime, before we have another regime that came to do renovation, before the one the present government is doing. The socket there, you can't even put saying that you want to put something so that you put a 2-pin charger. Once it's 3-pin, it's 3-pin. And that socket was like that for so many years. They built that house. That shows there is quality. There is accountability, those who did that job. But look at in Nigeria now, what is in the market? Who are the regulators? Who are the ones regulating it? You see all manner of nonsense coming in, including the food we eat. Even those who are producing catfish. What are they feeding them? You can now see sickness that is not acclimatized with Nigerians. People are suffering from cancer. That means there is something wrong somewhere. You will drink Nigerian Panadol, nothing will happen to you. But with Panadol from US, you see that you relax like a baby. And it will be functional. How did we go wrong? So this procurement process is here to help us grow, to build a better nation. Look at Rwanda. Rwanda had their own GSM. What have we produced as a Nigeria? Nigeria flocked in Rwanda to do 1 or 2 trainings. If you go to Rwanda, you see how beautiful the country is. They have good roads and many basic amenities. The same thing in Kenya. Even our small republic that is closer to our Benin Republic, they have good roads. Even when you drink one of their beers, you see that it's well refined. But here in Nigeria, when you drink it, you see that there's something wrong. Why? Even Coke we are drinking, you see
Some
different
of
kinds
our
of Coke.
regulatory body are not in their function.
That's what I think. When our regulatory body is not doing their work, the procurement process is not in the right place. When you carry out a good procurement system, starting from the top to the bottom, you see that people will sit up. All those agencies who are supposed to be checking what they are supposed to check will now rise themselves because there will be a check, somebody checking them if they are doing the procurement process. For example, there's one place in the West, the BPP went for auditing to do their listing. They told them they are fine, good. Let them go back to the right, let them prepare themselves. The next day, they asked them to come and do it. You heard that that particular place is being burnt down. Why is it so? What are they hiding? That is the transparency. There is no transparency in carrying out jobs in most of our institutions. But when all these implementation are done right, you see people will be stand tall. Even you will claim, if we call you a Nigerian, you will be happy to be a Nigerian. Even when I landed in Kenya, in number 7, Nigeria was the 7th country or 8th country to be said. They said that you must check them. Why? I see other people passing, but why is our country a fellow African country? So something is wrong somewhere, and that thing needs to be checked. Once our procurement system is being double-checked and practiced the way it should be, Nigeria will be the best. That is the giant of Africa. That is what Nigeria is meant to be. Go to other countries. Both you are an Hausa person, you are a Yoruba, you are an Igbo man, or you are a Jaw. Any part of Nigeria, they are doing very well. Anywhere you see them in outside the country. So why in our country things are not being done well? So all these things need to be checked. So when you are looking at it, I mentioned for the former lecture that the BMBIU was set up by 2002 to mitigate these corrupt practices, whereby all BOA sequestration was the lead person in that. Then the operations were guided by the Treasury circulars, by the Accountant General of the Federation. And Nigeria became a signatory to the United Nations. So these are the history of how the act came to be to help stabilize our nation. But still, they somehow manipulate all these things politically, which is supposed to be checked now. Procurement process must be done right. If it's done right, you make more money. There will be more basic amenities. Look at Dubai. How old is Dubai? Now, Dubai is a place people are clamoring to be. Malaysia came to Nigeria and took one of our palm seedling. They are now the best producing palm seedling in the whole world. But they came to Nigeria. Nigeria is a place whereby on a table you place a corn. I said on a table, that corn will germinate. Place it on a zinc roof, that corn will germinate. Nigeria. That means we have a fertile land. Why can't we utilize this natural resources God has embedded in us and make a difference? So we must make our procurement system work. And if you look at the Genesis, the Article 9 of the UNCAC, which is stipulated, each state party shall, in accordance with the fundamental principle of its legal system, take the necessary steps to establish appropriate system of procurement based on transparency, competition, and objective criteria in decision making that are effective inter alia in preventing corruption. We must tackle corruption no matter what. Even if it takes to 5 years, gradually we should tackle corruption using our procurement system, our procurement law, our procurement act, so that Nigeria will be a better place. And as the process has been going, you see that the institutionalization of the operations of the BMPIU brought in the Public Procurement Act, which was signed into law June 4th, 2007. And who signed it to law? Is it Obasanjo or Jonathan? Who signed this act into law? Is it Obasanjo or Jonathan?
Obasanjo.
How sure are you?
It was Yaradua. The state president
It's
Yaradua.
Yaradua that signed it.
Yes, you are right.
Yes, you are right.
It's late Then when you are looking at it, the Nigerian Public Procurement Act is modeled after the procurement model law, which has been adopted by several other countries. Then Nigeria's procurement reform was one of the important reforms that the International Monetary Fund and World Bank got Nigeria committed to during the debt relief negotiation. We can remember when our debt was relieved during Obasanjo regime. That was why,
yes,
because Nigeria accepted to produce their own public procurement law, and this our debt relief was removed. And today we are enjoying GSM because of what Obasanjo did. Kudos to him. He made things possible and feasible for Nigerians to enjoy during his time. So when you look at the PPA, what are the elements? One, you can see disclosure of all the rules. The PPA will tell you the rules, publication of opportunities, the period determination of publication, feasible conduct procurement according to the prescribed rules and procedures. Then the existence of the system to monitor that these rules are being followed.
So I can give you my slippers. Why?
The Public Procurement Act puts Nigeria in the league of countries with legislation on how public procurement funds will be expanded. That is, it's good that each and every one of us should know the act. You must download it, study the act, and know what you're supposed to do as a procurement officer. As a Nigerian, nobody should intimidate you. When you see the truth, you say the truth. Even whistle, you blow the whistle. Then, when you are looking at the Federal Government's Procurement Act 2007, it has 13 parts. You can see as the part 1, the establishment of the National Council, and the part 2, establishment of PPP, the scope, fundamental principles, and thereabouts.
13 part and 16 sections.
You can see the 13 parts, and it has 61 sections.
Yes,
you can see it, and this is how you see it in the LMS. So at the same time, you look at the key functions of the Bureau, which you can read up. They formulate general policies and guidelines on public procurement sector, and also they supervise the implementation of procurement policies. Also prevent fraudulent and unfair procurement, and where necessary, apply administrative sanctions. So all these things you will see in the Act, and each section, and you see section 6 of the PPA Act, some powers of the BPP to enforcement of the monetary and period review of thresholds set by the council, issue issue certificate of no objection for contract award within the period review threshold, and they are all and thereabout, and etc. etc. You can read up this so that our professor can come in and do the last lecture, then we call it a day. Then you can see the scope of application to all MDAs and agencies of federal government. Is to all entities outside foregoing description which derive at least 35% of the funds appropriated or proposed or proposed to be appropriated for any type of procurement described in our Public Procurement Act of 2007 from the Federation share and thereabout. And this does not apply to procurement of special goods services involving national defense or national security unless the President's express approval has been first sought and obtained. This is a very sensitive case thereabout. Then you look at the fundamental principles of procurement. You see it in section 16. Based on procurement plans supported by period budgetary appropriation, not formalized until funds are available to meet obligations. Open competitive bidding, transparent, timely, equitable, ensuring accountability, promote competition, economy and efficiency, achieve value for money, and fitness for purpose. Evaluation criteria should not be changed. These are fundamental principles. We must know all this as a procurement officer entity. Then you know what you should know about bidders should know must possess professional and technical qualification, financial capacity, paid all due tasks, and etc. and etc. You look at the administrative review complaint procedure, you see it in section 554 of the Act. All complaints must first be addressed to the accounting officer. Our accounting officer is to decide complaint in writing addressed to complainant within 15 working days, not 15 days, 15 working days.
Working days. Yes,
then you provide right and appeal to be Beru. If there is a failure to decide or if unsatisfied by decision, the Bureau has to decide in writing within 21 working days. And if you are not satisfied, you can go to High Court within 30 days of BPP decision, if not satisfied with BPP decision. So you look at the assets disposal, you see it. Oh, sorry, excuse me. You see it in section 55 and 56. And federal government act, when you are looking at it, the open competitive bidding is the primary source of receiving offers for purchase. That is the default procurement. And methods of disposal. Methods of disposal shall include sale, rental, lease, and hire, licenses and tenancy, franchise, and auction. Planning of disposal shall include evaluation by independent professional. So you look at the tender board, the accounting officer, the procurement committee. These are the drivers of public procurement. The accounting officer, the procurement planning committee, the procurement officers, they are the stakeholders within the MDAs. Then the civil society, the service providers, the contractors, the professional association, interested members are the external stakeholders. And when you look at the Bureau of Public Procurement, they are the regulator. Then when you see the ICPC and EFCC, they are the investigation and prosecution of offenders who are caught in the act of fraudulent activities and so on. So for us to move faster, you have to read up this accounting officer section where he is the person in charge in line with the supervision of the conduct of all procurement activities. You see in section 20, subsection 1 of the PPA Act 2007. And you will see the functions of the accounting officer. And if I may ask, if a contract is being awarded, is it the procurement officer or accounting officer gives approval?
Accounting officer, sir.
Are you sure?
The accounting officer gives approval.
Accounting officer, yes, give final approval.
For some people say that.
For some people say that it's the procurement officer.
If the accounting officer that gives
the procurement officer is
Procurement
the
officer, if the
no,
procurement
is
officer is an accounting officer, no problem.
yes, but the accounting officer is always the DG for ministry wide in agency. We have the executive director, so it depends on
It's the accounting officer that awards the contract, but he or she can delegate the procurement officer to sign on his or her behalf. But the main person is the accounting officer.
Thank you, sir.
Looking at this, you can see the overview of the tenders board. You can see in section 22 of the PPA Act. I need you to download and check all these things on your own. What is the role of the tender board? What are their roles? The tender board is to ensure that all contracting and procurement processes are executed in accordance with good commercial practice, BPP's policy and statements of business, the Public Procurement Act, and etc. You go ahead and check. And even though you have to know who are the people that composes the tender board committee. You see, the chairman of the tenders board shall be constituted by a technical evaluation subcommittee of the tenders board. A quorum shall be the chairperson or alternate. All meetings shall be held in the presence of a secretary. Who is the secretary? The secretary is the procurement officer.
Yes, sir.
Then you look at the composition of the tenders board. The procurement under the ministry, you see the permanent secretary, the chairman, heads of departments, the member. You look at the parastatal, you see the chief executive officer as the chairman, the heads of departments, member. So that's how it is. So if you look at the PCC, the procurement planning committee, what are their functions? They prepare the needs. As you can see, they are totally different from the tenders board. And people misplace them as tenders board members. But from now, you can see the differences between the procurement planning committee and the tenders board. They identify the goods and services required. They carry out the appropriate market and statistical survey. They aggregate the procurement needs to be obtained, economies of scale, and reduce the procurement costs. So this is the table for members who are members of the PCC. So you can see the accounting officer is the chairman, representative of the unit directly in need of procurement member, the representative of the federal unit, the representative of the planning, research, and statistics, the representative of the legal unit, the representative of the procurement unit, who is the secretary, the technical personnel of the entity with expertise in the subject matter that is being tabled as a member. Then the basics stages of due process in procurement. You see, this what we always talk about, the pre-bidding, bidding, and post-bidding. What do you do in the pre-bidding stage? When you do your needs analysis, needs assessment and evaluation, needs analysis, market survey, in-house estimates, provision of funding, selecting procurement method, preparation of the bid documents. Then the bidding stage, that's where you do the advertisement, collection, submission, and opening of bid, evaluation of bids, writing the evaluation report, approval, and no objection. Then the post-bid is where you do the award, signing of contracts, contract management, project commissioning, and this is a nutshell of all these stages. If you go ahead, you can see the pre-bid stage. You get it from the section 18 of the Act of 2007. The bidding stage, section 25 of the PPA Act, what is involved. Then you look at the bidding stage is still, you see it in section 31 when you get to the bid examination, which has a very long process for you to now get to the post-bidding stage. Then the post-bidding stage, that's when you get the contract award. That is the last stage. So you have to check the issuance of award letter by the procuring entity, submission of acceptance letter by recommended contractor, submission of unconditional performance guarantee by contractor before signing a contract. And this aspect, I took it in exam 2 days ago. Even when you don't know it, you can fail it. Preparation and signing of agreement by both parties. Then submission of advance payment guarantee by contractor period to payment of mobilization fee. Bank guarantee only for ICB, international competitive bidding. Then bank or insurance bond for national competitive bidding. That is Nigeria local. So when you go through, you can now read up on your own for these processes. Then if you are looking at the approving and awarding activities, the accounting officer awards, approves and awards. Ministerial Parastatal Tender Board approves and awards. Then BPP neither approves nor award contracts. Certified project prior to award. Currently, the Federal Executive can approve projects that have been certified by BPP, while the MDAs award the contracts. So looking at these approval thresholds, we have the current one. So that one, I will send the current threshold in the WhatsApp group. This one is not the updated one. I will send the updated threshold to the WhatsApp group. So these are samples of the threshold. But the current one that is released under Dr. Debo, I will send it on the WhatsApp group and put an explanation on it so that you can read and understand better. So we have the procurement methods. We have the national shopping, which is suitable for goods required are readily available off-the-shelf goods or standard commodities in quantities or small value. These are the A4 papers, the toiletries we buy. Then we have the first account or direct labor, with the procurement entity assess the schedule of the rate cost plus or target contract will be feasible, as quantities of work to be carried out cannot be defined in advance. So strategy. Strategy. You advertise for solicitation of bids in national dailies, paper, federal tenders, journal, observation, excuse me, observation of every procurement process by 2 credible persons, a relevant private sector, professional or non-governmental anti-corruption organization, transparent evaluation process, approval authority before award, debrief the bidders, the bid losers on request. But it's better you debrief them whether they request or not, so that when they now request, you tell them the full details of why they lost the contract. Then, if you are looking at the state law, we use the Abia State as an example. The key provisions is to establish a procurement board or agency responsible for overseeing the implementation, the procurement process in the state, same as all the other states, Taraba, Nasarawa, Akwa Ibom, Sokoto, Kano, etc. The procedures for the advertisement, bidding, and evaluation of contracts will be in line with the state law according to that state in particular. So it's almost the same thing. The only thing is that it's acclimatized with the state. And you can see each states are developing their e-procurement, the use of e-procurement platform to manage their procurement processes. Imo State have, Abia State have. I know that Cross River was the first to implement theirs. They started early. And every other state have followed suit in building up their e-procurement processes for their procurement activities. And when you look at the similarities between the federal government and state law, you can see the recognized benefits. One of them is promoting accountability and reducing corruption. And this e-procurement have been fought for. If you check in the act, it's not in the act. And that same e-procurement system is what is being advertised that the Senate have to adopt the electronic submission of votes. They are even finding it difficult to approve. The same way in the procurement system. I believe that very soon, all these things will be a story in the past, and Nigeria will be a better place to venture for businesses and for any kind of investment. So when you look at the similarities in Abia State, other states, Abia State stands as an example for other states, law and the federal government Act of 2007. Both laws outline procurement procedures such as advertisement requirement, pre-qualification, bid, evaluation, and contract award systems, processes. Eligibility criteria. Both laws may define eligibility criteria for bidders or contractors, specifying the qualification requirement. You know, an example I gave to you, when you don't put CAC and advertise, somebody now submit contract during the award, you now say it doesn't have CAC, but when you advertise, you never put CAC as a criteria. So all the eligibility criteria must be stated when you are doing your advertisements. Then dispute resolution, they have to make provision for dispute resolution, specifying how the conflict-related matters in procurement will be processed and should be resolved. Then anti-corruption measures have to be put up. You prevent bribery, fraud, and which is what the act and the law is preaching against, so that people will have a better living in Nigeria. So if you now look at the inconsistencies in the law, implementation of the law, you see lack of awareness has been an issue. So we need more awareness in the legal provision. And if you come to the state, they have limited understanding of state procurement, so they need to be trained more. The federal own is lack of awareness. You can see these are some of the implementation challenge we are saying. If you check the inadequate training and capacity in the federal aspect, lack of well-trained personnel, then the insufficient capacity in procurement staff. They don't have even enough staff in procurement. Corruption from vulnerability to corruption and fraud. Risk of corruption impacting procurement activities. Bureaucratic red tape, complex bureaucratic procedures, bureaucratic red tape in procurement. So when you look at all these things, these are what we are supposed to fight against. Political interference, where political influence on procurement decisions are being made at the top level without the people doing it, knowing what is going on. You might be preparing a procurement plan. You don't know that already they have done the one for that, the one you are preparing. You keep on doing it for weeks. Before you know it, that procurement has been awarded. As the procurement officer, will be wondering how and when did it go. That is political influence. And you looking at it, at the capacity of oversight, weak oversight bodies and monitoring, inadequate capacity, etc. You know, when the body, there is no much institution that are checking what is or monitoring what is going in the procurement processes in Nigeria. It's a little bit difficult to curtail the fraudulent activities. And budget constraints. You see insufficient funding for procurement, budget constraints affecting procurement. When the states don't have money, what do you want them to do? That particular project won't work. So from here, we can go on and on. There are a lot of things that we need to do. When you look at the best practices from the FGN out of 2007, there must be transparency, emphasizing transparency and open competition, standardization. There must be standard procurement procedure for efficiency, training capacity, invest in training for your people to know. We have green procurement, we have blue procurement. Most of you don't know about this. Chinese have gone far, Americans have gone far, even Ghanaians closer to us have gone far, and Kenya have gone far in several forms of procurement activities. So Nigeria needs to wake up, and we need more training on procurement. And also, our local content must be considered. There should be consideration in our local content and adoption of electronic procurement system. Electronic procurement system need to be adopted. And we have already, the BPP have done a very good job by producing and all developed the one acclimatized with the Nigerian system, which very soon all MDAs will have access to it. So you look at this case study. If you have time, you can do this as a case study. You tell us the federal government of Nigeria implemented the federal government Procurement Act 2000 to regulate the procurement activities at the federal level. Similarly, using Abia State as an example, enacted the Abia State procurement laws to govern. When you see Abia State, place it your own state. You now state the 20 challenges affecting the implementation of the laws in your state and submit to my email if you have the time to explore on this. So, thank you for listening. Any question before the next?
How do you get your email ID, sir?
Look at it. It's there on the board. Look at it here. It's there on the board.
Sir. Thank you, sir.
So if you have any question, you can you can ask, or we have 5 minutes break so that our director, deputy director will come in and give us the last lecture, then we call it a day. And tomorrow we have to start earlier so that we finish on time. You know, procurement training is not something that comes easy like that. You need to be practical and you need to be attentive. And if you cannot interpret the law, you cannot be a good procurement officer. So that's why you have to be technical in all you do as a procurement officer. Thank you. So we wait for 5 minutes or 10 minutes so that the next lecturer will come in. Please, our deputy director, to give us the final lecture, please. So hold on, in the next 10 minutes, the other lecture will start, then we call it a day, please. Please put down your name so on the chat group or the attendance, your full name, email address, your agency, please.
Afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, class.
Good afternoon, ma.
Good afternoon,
Good
ma.
afternoon.
So
Good
I hope you
afternoon, ma'am.
stretched your
Good afternoon, ma.
legs.
Good
I hope you have
afternoon, ma.
stretched your legs.
Yes,
So
ma'am.
this will be our
have-
last
Good
class.
afternoon, ma.
So in the WhatsApp group, please, as much as possible, participants, stop sharing confusing information. Allow the organizers, okay, to share correct information. So I found out that someone shared the Zoom link for environment. A lot of students have been attending environment lecture instead of procurement lecture. So please, as much as possible, allow the organizers to share important information in the platform. So this will be our last lecture so that we can allow you to go back and try logging
Okay, ma'am.
into your Zoom, into your LMS. Then by tomorrow, if you have any challenges, you can also bring that to our attention. So I'll do 30 minutes so that we can all go. So this is still on a law and regulatory framework. Legal, regulatory, and organizational framework for public procurement. So I'm standing in for Dr. Michael. So the session objective is to understand the role of key institutional actors in national public procurement systems, examine the public procurement regulatory authorities' functions and impact, explore the interaction between procurement entities and oversight mechanisms, evaluate the balance of power and responsibility among the Parliament, Ministry of Finance, and procurement regulators. Finally, identify the challenges and solutions in procurement law compliance and enforcement. So here we want to look at the key institutional actors of a national procurement system. You are going to have the parliament. There are people who make the law. They will craft and pass procurement regulations. They also approve and oversee the execution of the national budget, also allocates funds to ministries and public entities. We have the Ministry of Finance. They are also a major actor. They manage public finance in line with authorized budgets. We have the Public Procurement Regulatory Authority. In Nigeria, what you have is the BPP, for example. They ensure procurement systems effectiveness. They also monitor your legal adherence while doing the procurement, your processes that they adhere to the law. Then you have your various tenders board. They do approval. They also sanction procurement contracts that surpass certain financial limits. So we have the procurement entities. Procurement entities are the organizations that are trying to acquire whether goods, works, or services, and they have to operate according to the procurement regulation. You have the Auditor General, they audit government spending and budget implementation. You have the anti-corruption agencies like the ICPC, the EFCC. They're also involved in monitoring procurement and combating corruption in public procurement. You have the bid challenge mechanism. It addresses and resolves bidder grievances. Then we have the judiciary. They adjudicate procurement disputes. So now let's look at the role, institutional roles. And this can vary from country to country. We have unique execution oversight requirements. We have country-specific names and rules influenced by the budget management system. You know, here we're looking at procurement at the global level, and we're saying that each country operates differently. Then they also have established checks and balances within each of their systems. There is no one-size-fits-all model when it comes to procurement. What works for country A may not necessarily work for a second country, because you have your local peculiarities. We have procurement. Procurement systems must align with your national legal framework. And what is effective in one country may not be replicable in another. Then you have to consider your local traditions, administrative capacities, and development levels. So we have the OECD Maps tool overview. So what is OEDC? It stands for Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, while DAC is Development Assistance Committee. DAC is a forum of many of the large funders of aid, including 30 member countries, which work to address global, social, economic, and environmental challenges by promoting development cooperation and sustainable development. So you have member states, you have the donor agencies, they're all part of the OECD DAC. While the MAPS is a methodology for assessing procurement systems. Purpose, comprehensive assessment of procurement systems to be detailed in the forthcoming session. Significance, it describes globally recognized standards for designing robust procurement systems. So the OECD MAPS tool is like where you have a working document that as a donor, these are our working documents. If we're donating to Ghana, this is how we want our money spent, the procurement rule. If we're donating to Nigeria, it's the same. We want you to use this method of assessing procurement systems once we are the one financing the project. So we have the Public Procurement Regulatory Agency. You have the multi-development banks like the World Bank, and key international procurement regimes underscore the need for a dedicated public procurement authority as mandated by the procurement law. So the procurement authority is pivotal for effective implementation of procurement laws and regulations. So like the BPP, they craft and issue procurement regulations, they develop a code of conduct for procurement officials, they monitor and enhance law and regulation adherence. They also help interpret procurement legislation. They educate on bidder sanctions and enforce actions. So we also have the rationalization and standardization of practices. So you want to have a situation where, I know that most of you belong to different agencies, but we're saying in standardization, the bidding documents used for, say, Federal Ministry of Works should be the same document that is used by Federal University of Technology if they are working on procurement of goods, for example, procurement of works. There's need for standardization. It shouldn't be a case where if you go to FUTO, for example, the bidding document is different from what you have in Ministry of Works. Then they're also responsible for providing the public procurement manual and relevant guidelines. I know the Bureau of Public Procurement have these documents and it's being operationalized in Nigeria. Also, monitoring procurement impacts and law functioning. So they assess procurement effects on the national economy and competition. They evaluate socioeconomic benefits versus costs in procurement. They advise on procurement influence on market prices and economic factors. They also ensure procurement aligns with government programs and policies. So this is the role of the regulator. So they also are responsible for capacity building. So part of what we're doing now is capacity building, but this is still, this capacity building we're doing, remember the certification is still going to be done by the Bureau of Public Procurement as the regulator. So they are part of this activity. So we're saying as a regulator, they have to help develop procurement training programs for procurement officers and all other civil servants and those in the private sector procurement. They have to supervise quality and effectiveness of the delivery of this training. They also have to be establishment of cadre of procurement officials with a high degree of professionalism as proposed by the unilateral model law. They also assist and advise procuring entities and procurement officers to provide guidance to procuring entities, provide interpretations of specific aspects of law and regulations, advice on procurement of high specialized or complex services. So please, at this point, I want to know, do you have any questions? Do you have any questions? So should I continue if you don't have any questions? I want you to stop me at any point.
Continue, ma.
Continue,
Okay.
ma. Continue.
Okay, so another thing the regulator does is that they are also responsible for data analysis and reporting. So they have to compile and analyze annual procurement and public procurement data. They also have to report their findings from that data to the government and parliament on procurement performance for that year. So if this is how much the federal government has budgeted, this is how much funds that was released, how much of it was effectively used in procurement. So that will also help in national planning. Then they also represent government in negotiations with international and regional organizations. They focus on issues related to public procurement to align with global standards. So let's look at optimal positioning of the public procurement regulatory agency. The Public Procurement Authority operates with autonomy in executing procurement activities. So for optimal performance is achieved when the agency is anchored at a high governmental level and reports directly to senior officials such as the Cabinet of Ministers or the Minister of Finance. So in Nigeria, who does the BPP report to?
Reports to the president.
So in our own case, they don't even report to the ministers, they report to the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. So they've been given that freedom, an opportunity to operate optimally. So let's look at typical institutional models with respect to budget execution. We're comparing two countries, the French system and the UK system. So appropriation holders, they plan and prepare expenditure. While for the UK system, the procurement staff award contracts subject to delegated levels. For the French system, financial controllers, they verify compliance with budget appropriations. The director of contracts refers contracts above the delegated levels to higher authority. Then payment certifiers, they authorize payment to suppliers. While here, the department may or may not set up internal tender evaluation committees, as a guide for the UK system. So for the French system, to the accountants, check payments, documentation, and authorize payments. Here, the controller and auditor general, they carry out financial audits. Disbursement officers effect payments. While for the UK system, the Treasury coordinate budgets and set procurement policy. For the French system, you have inspectors, they verify the soundness and appropriateness of decisions. While for the UK system, the accounting officer answers to Parliament directly on regulatory and proprietary activities. So let's look at the role of National Tenders Board. National tender boards are common in developing nations. The scope and control should align with economic development level, cultural and legal context, public procurement expertise. Now, what are the current trends? The current trends, delegating procurement authority to ministries consistent with budgetary controls and procurement expertise. So what we're saying in essence is that currently what you have going on is that you have different units handling their procurement tied to their budgets. okay? And as much as possible, they're using experts to get their procurement done. So then when you set financial thresholds, it helps you to mitigate bureaucratic delays and addresses practical limitations. So if we know the thresholds for your chief executive, then you don't want to advertise some of the things that can be handled quickly by your accounting officer. You also want to aggregate things that are common, put them into lots when you're doing your advertisement. So these thresholds also help you to remove the delays in getting things acquired for your unit. So the key consideration when you do procurement is you have to balance prior and post-procurement reviews to ensure efficiency and oversight. So let's look at organizational models for public procurement execution. The key requirements for a procurement entity is to deliver procurement requirements effectively, efficiently, respond promptly to arising needs, ensure the best value for money. So three key things: you identify your needs, make sure that the procurement is done efficiently, and also make sure that your agency is getting value for money from that procurement process. So the organizational responsibility capabilities maintain proprietary and regulatory in procurement, supports the entity's goals and service delivery targets. So let's look at the range of functions of a procurement entity's procurement organization. So there are four key things that they do. You have strategic, managerial, operational, and administrative. So for strategic, input to corporate management and planning, using resources efficiently, developing policy, practice, and IT systems, setting standards of operation, control, and reporting. So when you have some operational guidelines in your system, it's people in strategic planning units that help to come up with the policies and those working documents. The managerial do research, they do training and development, planning of procurement operations, measuring performance. Then operational aspects, that's where you have most of the people who are evaluating the tenders. They're responsible for negotiating, they also manage contracts. The administrative section, they do processing of orders, expediting, handling invoices, and keeping records. And these records are very, very important in public procurement. So let's look at types of procurement organizations with respect to execution of procurement operations. So you can have centralized, mixed, or decentralized. We're looking at this based on their features. So for centralized systems, all procurement functions are carried out centrally. So if I use the university, for example, we're saying all the departments will articulate their needs. And maybe the university procurement officer will now arrange and get everything for you and now distribute down. Then you can have the mixed where you have policy and strategy centrally done, you have training centrally done, setting procedures centrally done, major contracts are centrally done. So if there's going to be a building, it's going to be done, awarded at the center. But you can have devolved functions, delegating purchases. So if a department needs to get printing paper for their exams, we may not necessarily centrally procure paper for all the departments. So we can let them handle certain things. They want to buy pen. They want to buy cleaning materials, we can give some powers to the HOD and give them some approval limits and permit them to be able to get some of those things. Then you have the decentralized system where all procurement functions are devolved. There's no central organization, no coordination, but this is not a good one. So we also have suit departments where close control of all procurement is vital with mostly high value and complex purchases done with few locations and largely similar purchasing needs. For the mixed, you have mixed purchasing needs, which are geographically dispersed, where delegation is well established. Then you also have decentralized, a low procurement spend, extensive delegation of budgets, several sites with different procurement needs, appropriate skills available locally, and low value purchases. So sometimes when you have some organizations that have three different, maybe campuses, let's use university for example, if you try to run the central system, you may have some problems. So let's, I don't know how many of you know where University of Nigeria Nsukka is? Nsukka. Then you have the Enugu campus. So if we need paper at law department in Enugu, and we have to procure at Nsukka and send to Enugu, so it means all other things may have to wait. So in such locations, sometimes the decentralized system can be helpful, or you use the mixed system where, okay, if they want certain things in Enugu, they can do that. But if they need a building in the law department at Enugu, the procurement will have to happen at the main campus of the university. So let's look at the advantages and the risk involved with each of the systems, whether it's centralized, mixed, or decentralized. So the advantages is aggregation of demand, control systems, professional and legal standards, coordinated staff development and training, prevent duplication of activities. While for the mixed, aggregation of spend, efficient use of resources, flexibility, monitor and control, use of procedures and model documentation. The decentralized is attractive to users and budget holders. What are the risks? For centralized, you have excessive bureaucracy, because first and foremost, you're going to spend some time to aggregate the needs of the entire system before you even start, talking about procuring things for them. Then you have remoteness from users, professional skills used on routine tasks. For mixed, you have more difficult to control standards. Systems need to coordinate activity, then duplication of effort, because HOD civil engineering is doing something, HOD chemical is also doing, when one person could have done for everybody. So then for the decentralized, no coordination of procurement, difficult to maintain skills, ethics, and standards, increased risk of fraud, no corporate strategic view of procurement. So I want to summarize what we have done so far. This session has provided a comprehensive understanding of the roles and responsibilities of institutional actors in national public procurement systems. It emphasized the importance of public procurement regulatory authority, explored the interaction between procurement entities and oversight bodies, and discussed the balance of power among key stakeholders. Additionally, it discussed the challenges in procurement law compliance, enforcement, and the significance of aligning procurement systems with national legal frameworks for effective procurement. So let's take this case study. The Nigerian tertiary institutions have historically faced challenges with the execution of construction projects, often leading to abandoned projects and a lack of adequate infrastructure. The introduction of the PPA 2007 Act was aimed to address this issue. So the question is, can you state the challenges, intervention, and the outcomes in carrying out construction project before and after the introduction of the PPA? So what I'm going to do, I just want, can one person tell me one challenge with procurement before this act? one challenge encountered during procurement of works before the act came into play?
Misappropriation of fund.
Sorry?
Misappropriation of fund.
Misappropriation of funds.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. So now, with the next thing is to state the intervention. What has happened after the act? Is there an improvement?
Yes, there is an improvement. There are so many improvements.
Okay.
With this threshold and the rest of that, it's not everything that an organization can just go ahead and procure by themselves. They have to seek for approvals, the one that will go for BPP approval, the one that will go for FEC approval. With that, there are checks and balances, I think, in the procurement process.
Okay.
Nobody can just go ahead and begin to procure without checks and balances from all these approving authorities.
And the thresholds too are very helpful. So chief executives cannot also sign beyond their own approvals. There are certain things that must go to the tenders board. Then you have to have your procurement plans. So you don't go halfway into the year and come up with things you want to spend money on. You need to clearly map out the things you want to do for the year, and it's captured in your plans. So you now start executing based on the plans which has been approved for you. Thank you very much. So the next, we have a second one, case study too. Ghana's Public Procurement Law of 2007 was established to ensure value for money in the procurement of public goods, works, and services. The question is, state the challenges, intervention, and the outcomes in applying the procurement law. So essentially, the two case studies we have, one is you are reviewing what happened to Nigeria before the acts and after the acts, while the second one is that you're reviewing what was going on with Ghana before the acts and before the acts. So this is like a take-home exercise. Keep it brief. When you do it, send it to this email. So you can screenshot the email, or you can screenshot the email. So when you do this, you send to the email. Do you want to screenshot the questions? Because I'm not sharing this slide with you. Okay, so thank you for listening. Do you have any questions for me? I told you we're going to keep this to 30 minutes.
Thank you, ma.
Yes, thank you, ma, but you said we should screenshot. We have not screenshot the question.
Not the slide will be shared.
No. You have the slides are available in the learning management system. Are you listening to me?
Yes, let's have that email.
Okay.
I have a question, please.
So the slides are available in the learning management system. So after this class, when you rest, try logging into your LMS and go to module 1. Okay?
Okay, ma.
So thank you very much. I think with this, we've come to the end of today's session. But
Thank you.
I'll hand over to Mike.
Thank you, ma'am.
Have a wonderful
I have a question,
Thank you
please.
so much, ma.
Okay, go ahead and ask your question. Yeah, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you, ma. Yes, thank you very much for the wonderful presentation, ma. We really appreciate you. In the course of your presentation, you asked a question that what authority does BBP report to? And
Yes.
someone said to the president.
To the president, yes.
And I want to say that if we look at the law as formulated, the Public Procurement Act 2007, that we're supposed to have the National Council of Public Procurement, which the Bureau ought to naturally report to. In fact, until a time when the FEC was introduced as an approving authority, even then the Federal Executive Council were approving, whereas the law differ from that. So what we have, do you not think that what we have presently is an aberration, that the National Council on Public Procurement has not been formulated, rather than actually appraising the fact that the bureau now reports to the president, who has so many things as an individual to attend to? So that's
Yeah,
number
well,
one.
what the question is, what are we doing presently? What we're doing presently is that they report to the president. But the fact that they report to the president doesn't mean that is the right thing. You've already said it. There's supposed to be a council they should report to, but the council is not in place. So in the absence of the council, is the president the report?
My second question.
Yes.
So my second question is this: you took us through the different models pertaining to the centralized system, the mixed and the decentralized system. And what we were taught is a sort of paradigm shift from the usual decentralized system, which characterized the old system where there were no standards, where even in an agency, different departments does what they like, and the policies sought to actually integrate the system such that an agency has a unified procurement planning committee and a procurement unit and all that. So I want to say that with the policy that we have, there is no for that. Could you kindly tell us if there is any recognition for that, mixed or even the decentralized model? I think what we have presently is such that within the particular agency, ministry or department.
So please, can I answer you?
Yes, go ahead.
Okay, so see, you are emphasizing a lot on the procurement according to the Act of 2007. Okay, this lecture is about the laws of procurement. So in Module 1, we're taking you through the history of what has happened in relation to procurement laws. We're looking at what is happening in other countries, okay? What is happening in Nigeria and how the World Bank does their procurement. So please, you need to open your mind. Don't tie your mind to the Act of 2007. That's not what Module 1 is all about. Is that clear?
Very well, man.
So this lecture is generally about what is happening in terms of procurement globally, in Africa, in Nigeria. I don't know if you understand. So we're saying when you look at the way procurement is done, these are the things you will identify.
Okay, ma'am.
But it doesn't mean that, that's why we're saying that what people are doing also depends on their local setting. But if we want to restrict ourselves to the Procurement Act of 2007, they are laid down guidelines on how you must do your business. And we are all following it. So I know you're a procurement officer, you have a lot of knowledge about the Act of 2007, but please just open your mind. So when you read through the session, you have session 1, 2, up to 10 for Module 1. So to be taking you through the World Bank regulation, how they do their business and all of that. So please, let's take a break now so that people can go and rest.
Thank you, Mama.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Bye, Ma. Bye, Ma.
Thank you, Ma.
Thank you, ma.
Tomorrow we have to start earlier by 9 o'clock so that we will close
Thank you
on
very
time.
much, ma.
So can somebody
Thank
close
you.
us with
Bye.
a prayer, a Christian or a
Thank you,
Muslim?
sir.
Us
We
a
give
closing
glory
prayer.
to God Almighty, the most beneficent, the most merciful, for making this lecture session and presentations successful. The first day of the learning activities. And we pray that God shall take us through the other days, strengthen the presenters and the listeners. At the end of the day, we trust God that this program shall be a success. In the name of Almighty Allah, we pray. Thank you, sir.
Amen. So tomorrow we meet by 9. Please, if you have not put down your name on the attendance, please kindly write on the chat before I close today's.
Okay, please. The LMS, how do we access the LMS? Hello, sir. Please, I don't have information on accessing the LMS, please.
Who is speaking?
Adewale is my name, sir.
So what's your question?
That you have information in respect of accessing the LMS.
Haven't you got to your password, your default password?
No, I didn't get that. I only got a message on linking a WhatsApp group.
Okay, chat me up on WhatsApp. But we are closing.
Thank you, sir.
So don't chat me up before the end of the day.
Okay, I'll do that immediately, sir. Thank you, sir.
Wow, FUTO-CE-sPESS. That this kind of thing is happening in FUTO. Mommy, I'm not here and on the FUTO like this. This is our training. It was awesome, Jesus. Exactly how many procurement na Port Harcourt. But this one now, I work with procurement that they were very, very sweet and lovely. The cost is everything. They are top notch. No.
Mike Alpha. Mike. Dr. Mike.
Dr. Mike na FUTO.
But no, not you, the guy that took the first lecture. Abraham, go out, the guy that took the first lecture.
Mr. Mo, they told me
Alpha and Mike.
All the more, I
Okay, nice one. Nice one. Nice one.
Everything is online. Yes. If you wow. I'm logging out. Leave. Then they were training. Wow. See people who almost you will not see them. I don't know that this thing is going on in FUTO here. And you see that Ebako Bank there. Ebako Bank, I think I need to enjoy. One of my departmental person on around there, Joy. So I'll find a way I reach out to herself. Yeah, they are made. Dr. Mike, oh, okay. Meta. How? And then officer on procurement. That's procurement will Senate, you know. Ebe uzo yeah this thing. That's the old registry now. I am not on the main public procurement. I'll look for him. So some of those people, I mean, I have to guard, guys, I forgot, friend in Port Harcourt. And my mind, Seba. and Emmanuel, they would have joined.
Oh, ni sabe.
Which email? No, 2 years. No, 2 years. Remember you want on. I know, even a confirmation. Remember you want on. God bless you. God bless you. Oh, God. Before you know it, now, I want not go motor. Amadelke. Don't want to. Oh my God, oh my God, that's why my again I got him over there. Malaria. Oh my God. What is it? What is it? Oh, it's mental guy. Oh, that's a mental. How much you get? Yeah. Who's the grandma? Tamaka. Yeah. Can be solo the Bamo. Okay, but I go through. What am I taking? Yeah, I can drop again. Yeah. Okay. I can drop again. If I'm not putting it back, Agora pague. Makataya go. The law. Abi. Enweghị emege na ọwụ gọvanọ ga-abịa ekwuru ya lekwa Owerri municipal local government chairman adọghị onye ime Owerri sọsọ ego ha na-anaghị ozu iji kpopụ ihe gọvanọ ọ ga-agba agbacha ete ọ chairman ka m ga-akpọ ya kwụsị m ebe a ma hapụrụkwa ya ama m na ma hapụrụkwa ya n'ụwa okay na wewa apa what's up now? Boy, how are you? Fine, boy. Brother? No. Thank you. Yeah, we're in the big man. Ale. Afa. Odigo? I tell you, I'm at the Montanes. You know, I'm not alive. Ihe ọbụla na-akwa na ntị ọ na-enye m nsogbu. Ọ maka nwe online class. Mgbe ala anya ọsọ atụrụ. Como ga na-asụ uru after the thing nchele ugwu ne. Obere bụ ọ bụ ya ya o ya kwa n'ihu gị ha.